Okay, so as from now on, the meeting is recorded. So before passing the floor to Jean-David Malo, let me just tell you that my name is Daniel Gassmann. I'm head of sector for EU innovation ecosystems, EIC prices and procurement, and I will have the honor to moderate today's Info Day. So a very warm welcome. I'm very pleased to be with you today for sharing some information about our latest call for proposals. Given the limitations of the system, we had to close our registrations a little bit earlier than foreseen, as we had reached the maximum capacity of 1,000 participants. And for this reason, we decided to record the Info Day. For those not having been able to register, please accept our apologies for these technical limitations. The Commission is highly digitalized. We sign millions of contracts without paper. All is super safe from us to you. We may still obviously need to improve our digital event tools. Today, we're going to talk about innovation, startups, SMEs, scale-ups, and ecosystems. It seems there's a very high interest. And we should look beyond that. There's a high interest because in Europe, many professionals work on the ground, which makes the progress of our companies much easier. EU has a great number of experts in innovation support, and they are an integral part of the success of our economy. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget that you are part of the world elite for innovation and ecosystems. Another little hint about some products we have released or which are on the way, which are of high interest for our target audience today. The first one is a report that the Commission has published last March, an excellent study named Effectiveness of Innovation Effectiveness of Innovation Support. You will there very find interesting elements, including also for your applications. This study, let me underline that this study is released every 10 years, and it's really of high quality. So please have a look at it. And we have other papers coming up as results from the InnoSup program. The first one is the Handbook of Service Design of Innovation Agencies, compiling the results of 70 InnoSup 5 projects, an action called Peer Learning of Innovation Agencies, and a study about SME segmentation. This is how to best target the right SMEs and adapt the services accordingly, which are resulting from 2 InnoSup 7 projects launched in 2018. So the aim of this Info Day is to explain you our way of working in full transparency, give you technical information you can find nowhere else, and feed you with the important policy background. I wish you a lot of success and we will be pleased to support you like you are supporting SMEs or the local ecosystems. And I'm very pleased to pass now the floor to your biggest supporter, Jean-David Malo, Director of the European Innovation Council and SMEs Executive Agency. I hope he's around.
Daniel,
Oui.
I'll jump in. Actually, it won't be Jean-David, it will be me replacing him.
Okay.
Because he unfortunately cannot make it this morning. So I'm very pleased to meet you today. I'm Fabienne Gauthier. I'm the head of the unit in charge of innovation ecosystems under the newly created agency. And I'm very pleased to welcome you today. And on behalf of Jean-David, I will make the introductory points. So sorry for this last minute change, but at least I will take on his behalf. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you warmly to this Info Day about the European innovation ecosystems and the Startup Europe calls for proposals 2021. As I just said, the calls will be managed by a new executive agency, EISMEA, that has been legally operational since the 1st of April of this year. And a couple of months since then, I'm pleased to tell you that we are implementing successfully a number of programs that the Commission has delegated to us, the European Innovation Ecosystems Work Program and the Startup Europe calls being among them. As you know, and we can see it through the past months and the past year, Europe is facing unprecedented challenges these days. In addition to the digital, green and social transition, the health crisis of the COVID-19 pandemic that we are now all facing its consequences, urge for immediate action at all levels. More than ever in recent history, collaboration for innovative solutions is necessary for social and economic recovery, environmental sustainability, and resilience. We need to help innovation ecosystems to support companies to better sustain their growth and also gain new competitive advantage. So to be able to be in the forefront and to tackle all these challenges, Europe must improve the environment within which innovation can flourish. And this can only be achieved by encouraging cooperation, networking, and exchange of ideas and knowledge via an open innovation approach to reach out to all innovators across the EU and provide them with adequate support. So interlinking of innovation ecosystems at European level to maximize their impact is a major challenge. The interlinking is about interactions between the most important ecosystem actors, such as universities, corporations, startups, just to name a few. This will allow innovators to network and to complement each other, to bring their ideas to EU, to Europe, and to global markets, and also to find the proper regulatory, financial, and human resources to start and scale innovative activities. As part of Horizon Europe, the Commission, via the new dedicated European Innovation Ecosystems Work Program and the new EIC, European Innovation Council work programs, that includes the Startup Europe part, will support policies, initiatives, and actions that will facilitate our ambitious goals. A more connected, open, efficient, inclusive Europe that innovates and fosters better growth for our businesses and also a better life for our citizens. The new calls that will be presented today is a practical tool towards this goal. During the period 2021-2022, around 130 million euro will support activities under the European Innovation Work Program, around 60 million euro of 2021 and also around 70 million euro for 2022. These are quite significant budgets to support innovation ecosystems and their players. These calls, which have been issued mainly since June, when we adopted the work program on innovation ecosystems, and also beginning of June with the adoption of the call for Startup Europe. The connection and these calls will encourage strongly the connection and scaling up of innovation ecosystems around Europe via cooperation, networking, and the exchange of ideas and knowledge. The inclusiveness and variety, reaching out to all innovation actors, including the private sector, and to all territories, also the underrepresented territories, the missing or the less advanced ones. The complementarity and synergy with the actions carried out by the European Innovation Council and the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, the EIT. Other activities across Horizon Europe as well, initiatives at national, regional, and local level, as well as private and third sector initiatives. In any open innovation environment, we cannot progress alone on the front of innovation and competitiveness. It's essential for us to work hand in hand with other initiatives such as the national contact points, the Enterprise Europe Network, social innovation networks, clusters, pan-European platforms such as Startup Europe, regional or local innovation actors, but also private, in particular, incubators and innovation hubs. As of this year, the EIC and Startup Europe also joined forces to support digital and deep tech startups and to boost their scale up in Europe. That's why we are also seeking to build synergies with the wider European startup ecosystems via a new wave of Startup Europe projects funded through the 2021 EIC Work Program. So to conclude these welcoming words, having said this, we are looking forward for receiving excellent applications for the calls for proposals we are presenting today. I'm confident that this info day will help you in preparing successfully your projects. Good luck to everyone for the preparation of the calls. And I wish you a fruitful day. I hope that this will really help you. And I will pass the floor back to Daniel. You will see me also in a moment to present also in broader terms our work program on innovation ecosystems. But many thanks again for participating to our info day today, and I wish you a good day. See you in a moment. Daniel, you can take back the floor.
Thank you, Fabienne. So thanks a lot for having passed the words of Jean-David. And I'm now passing back the floor to you, Fabienne, in your capacity as head of unit for introducing the European Innovation Ecosystems Work Program. So back to you, Fabienne.
Thank you.
15 minutes.
15 minutes. Thank you, Daniel. And so I did not need to switch off my camera. So I will now, after these welcoming words, I'll present very broadly the European Innovation Ecosystems Work Program, the background and the context that helped us preparing this work program for 21-22, and give you the main parts and structure of our work program. So next slide, please. Next one. So if you look into the Horizon Europe framework program, you can see that for the first time we have a dedicated section which is dealing with innovation ecosystems, and also a dedicated budget of around 500 million euro. This is the first time happening. We also have in the framework program decision, we have a definition of innovation ecosystems, which is mainly focused on the actors of innovation ecosystems. And this this support that will be provided to innovation ecosystem will be complementary to the initiatives implemented under the European Innovation Council, which supports breakthrough disruptive innovation via grant and equity funding. And it will also act in complementarity with the actions implemented under the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, the EIT. So this is the first time, and I believe it will provide the means also to provide some support to the ecosystem players themselves via this dedicated path, for which we have also elaborated a work program. Next slide, please. So how did we start, and how did we prepare our work program? More than 1 year now, we launched a public consultation in order to identify the needs and also the challenges that innovation ecosystem players are facing in Europe. So we gathered all together innovation ecosystem players like universities, regional actors, national actors, startups, cities, representatives of ministries, in order to identify the challenges. And following this public consultation, we could see that there are 3 main challenges that have been highlighted. The first one is the need to connect the innovation ecosystem players and the innovation ecosystems themselves. So that was the first need that came out of our public consultation. The second one is the need for competencies, to acquiring the right skills, the right competencies in order to innovate, and in order also to make those connections happening. And also the third element that was highlighted was capital, and the need for funding, and also new ways of funding. And this is, for instance, what the EIC is providing via grants and equity funding to disruptive innovation. So keeping in mind the 3 main challenges that we have identified, we elaborated our work program on that basis, on the needs, focused on the needs of the innovation ecosystem players. Next slide, please. Another element that helped us preparing our work program on innovation ecosystems was also the framework program itself. It has been adopted with as I said it during my introductory words, we have for the first time innovation ecosystems, which is explicitly highlighted in our framework program. And within this specific section, you can see that we will support innovation ecosystem via 2 main means. The first one will be a purely policy mean via the EIC forum, which will be formally launched in November this year at the occasion of the EIC summit. and which will deal with the policy part that is relevant for innovation ecosystems. And then we have a funding part, which will mainly support our innovation ecosystem players via co-funded actions, and also via some programs to mentor, to coach, to assist also our innovation ecosystems at European level. And then also a purely monitoring part, which will also serve the policy making on innovation ecosystems. So here, through the framework program, we also have the structure that will help us, that helped us preparing our work program, and that helped us identifying the actions, the initiatives that we will implement in the coming years. Next slide, please. So how did we structure our work program? On the basis of this public consultation and also on the basis of the framework that has been provided to us via Horizon Europe? As I said, we have two main parts, the EIC Forum and the European Innovation Ecosystems Work Program for 2021-2022, which both reflect the challenges and the needs that have been highlighted by our innovation ecosystem players. So via the EIC Forum, which will be launched, as I said, in November, we will facilitate the connection of the different actors within their ecosystems, and also between the various innovation ecosystems in Europe and also beyond. What does it mean? It means that we will foster making better use of existing instruments and also develop new innovation tools, like, for instance, innovation procurement, how we can better foster these elements at European level, and also ensure optimal conditions for developing and connecting European innovation ecosystems at European level. This can happen, for instance, at a regulatory level. So here, this is the policy part, which we will implement in the coming years, supporting innovation ecosystems and their players via policy measures, via measures that help removing the barriers that hamper efficient, effective innovation ecosystems. This is not the purpose of today, but I believe it is important to highlight this policy part that the European Commission is undertaking. And the second part will be the implementation of our innovation ecosystems work program for the years to come. And for 2021-2022, we have a work program that will that has been built around three main pillars. The first one is Connect, is dedicated to the connections. The second one is dedicated to scaling up startups and SMEs and also innovation ecosystem players. And the last one is dedicated to innovative SMEs. So this is the main structure of our work program for innovation ecosystems for 2021-2022, with a budget which is around 130 million euro, and with initiatives under these three main pillars that will be implemented in the coming years. So in the next slide, you will find a more detailed overview of the budget and call planning of the first work program 2021-2022. I won't go into these details. The slides will be available also after our presentation. It is also, the presentations are also recorded, so don't worry, you will have the possibility also to get through these slides more in detail later on. So here, the overview of the call plannings, which have started. The first calls have been launched in June of this year and are currently running, and some evaluations have also started. Next slide, please. So here I will go through the three next slides very quickly, because my colleagues in the next presentations will go more into details about these different calls and these different pillars. So the first pillar, dedicated to connectivity, is important in the sense that, as I said, one of the challenges identified was that innovation ecosystems players felt the need to be better connected, to connect their innovation ecosystems in order to help their companies companies, their SMEs, their actors to grow. So here, this first pillar has foreseen a number of measures that will help these connections, mainly in the form of co-funded programs, and also mainly in the form of some tools that will that support innovation and innovation ecosystem players. So this will be, for instance, innovation procurement, and we also dedicate some specific calls, or we will do it in 2022, to social innovation, since innovation is not only happening at a deep tech level, at technical level, but also at a public sector level and also social innovation level. So here, this is the first part, which focuses on the connection between the innovation ecosystem players, and these actions will be further detailed by my colleagues in a moment. Next slide, please. The second main pillar is more focused on business and on the ways through which innovation ecosystems support the various innovation ecosystem players like SMEs, startups, universities, in order to help them scaling up, growing, and getting access to the means in order to grow, and also to the adequate financial means in order for them to scale up. So this is here more business oriented, more focused on entrepreneurship, and this part also foresees a number of actions which will be detailed in a moment also by my colleagues. So here again, you can see on this slide that there are a number of actions which are foreseen. Acceleration in ecosystems, this will be developed in a moment. Entrepreneurial ecosystems, how to foster entrepreneurship within the ecosystems, how to better access to investments, and also to grow through different types of investments, and also focusing on some specific ecosystems like deep tech, and also fostering gender equality, and also helping women to develop their startups and to grow also in their newly created companies. So here, these actions, some of them will also be detailed in a moment. But here it is important to keep in mind that through the scale-up component of our work program, we really focus on business, while under the connect part, we focus on the connection between the ecosystem players and their actors and the ecosystem themselves. Next slide, please. The last part of our work program, or the third pillar of our work program, is dedicated to innovative SMEs. This is a follow-up of what happened under Horizon 2020. This is the successor of the Eurostars 2 program, joint program implemented by Eureka. And here we also provide dedicated funding throughout our work program 2021-2022, and also throughout the whole duration of our Horizon Europe work program, dedicated to joint program implemented to foster innovative SMEs and to foster cross-border collaboration between innovative SMEs. So as I said, mainly implemented by Eureka, and the follow-up of the actions which have been already implemented under Horizon 2020 and under the previous program. But an important component of our program is devoted to innovative SMEs through this pillar. Through this, in a few words, are the three main pillars and the three main focus points of these pillars of our work program on innovation ecosystems, with a dedicated budget which is foreseen for each of these pillars, which is also spread throughout the different initiatives that we will implement. As I said, they will be detailed in a moment also by my colleagues. Next slide, please. On this slide, you will find the calls that have been launched for the time being. So we published our work program mid-June, at the same time where we adopted the other work programs of Horizon Europe. And some of the calls, as I said, are running, and some proposals will be soon evaluated. And you can see here the dates for our first calls under innovation ecosystems. And I invite you also to have a look, a regular look on our EIC website and also Horizon Europe participants portal, where we will, in which all these calls are mentioned and the calls are launched. So here, a short overview of the dates for the calls, which, as I said, are running for some of them and which have been launched and for which you can submit the proposals until the deadlines that are foreseen in the work program and in the calls. Next slide, please. This is my last slide for this introduction. So I'm still on time, on schedule. So I wanted also to highlight another work program which also supports innovation ecosystems under Horizon Europe. This work program is the EIC Work Program 2021. For the European Innovation Council, we have a yearly work program that supports breakthrough innovation. But also this work program contains a number of initiatives which support directly also these connections and also the growth of innovation ecosystem players at European level. So the EIC work program, which needs to be distinguished from our innovation ecosystems work program, foresees some of these actions, mainly in the form of prizes dedicated to innovation ecosystems. So we have the iCapital Award, for which I invite you to consult our website since the semi-finalists have been announced on the 2nd of September of this year. Then also the prize for women innovators, which has been launched and which is currently under evaluation. iCapital and women innovators are a continuation of these prizes, which have also been implemented under Horizon 2020. We have the continuation also of the social innovation competition, for which also the semi-finalists have been announced on the 14th of July. And we have a newly created prize, which is the Innovation Procurement Award, for which the semi-finalists have been announced last week, and which is one of the tools, one of the initiatives which will foster innovation procurements at European level, and for which we wanted also to provide some incentives in order to raise awareness about this very powerful tool for innovation ecosystem players at European level. And we will foresee, as you could see in my first pillar of innovation ecosystems work program, this is also complementary to some initiatives that will be dedicated to some calls that are specifically dedicated to innovation procurement under Horizon Europe, under our innovation ecosystems work program. And then last but not least, we have the Startup Europe, the synergies between Startup Europe and the EIC. And I believe it is a nice transition also to give back the floor to Daniel and also to my colleague Helen, who will present you the Startup Europe call. But we have also under the EIC work program this call, which will foster the synergies between the Startup Europe network, which was implemented by DG Connect under Horizon 2020, and which we are also jointly continuing under the EIC work program, and which will foster these synergies all together. So this, I think, was my last slide in order to give you the broad picture related to our innovation ecosystem players. I give you back the floor, Daniel, and thanks a lot to all of you for your attention. I'm happy to answer any question you may have later on at our Q&A session. And I hope that also the next presentations, which will go more into detail, will help you getting a more detailed picture about all the initiatives that we launch under our call. Many thanks. Daniel, the floor is back to you.
Many thanks, Fabienne. I think this was very clear. And I think we can also take the message of the importance of working better together. And this also gives me the opportunity to highlight the excellent work we have with the member states representatives in our program committee, because all of this is always done in total agreement with all the member states. I think it's worth highlighting this, like in any other actions we are implementing within the Commission. EISMEA is quite multifold. We have many so-called parent DGs, meaning DGs which we are serving. We have had for the interested party DG Grow. Now, of course, for the European Innovation Ecosystems, we are working with DG RNI. And last but not least, we're also working with DG Connect. And I'm very pleased to pass the floor now to Helen Köppmann, Deputy Head of Unit in DG Connect F3. Please, Helen, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Daniel, and thank you, Fabienne, for this excellent presentation of the European Innovation Ecosystem Program, with which we are excited and delighted to join forces from DG Connect. We have been working with ecosystem building for a few years under the Startup Europe brand. And it makes perfect sense, I think, for us and for the Commission as a whole to join forces around the ecosystem building. In particular, we have been, of course, focusing on the digital, deep tech, startup hubs around Europe and how to connect them better and help startups grow across borders. But seeing now that the program, the EIC, following its successful pilot, is scaling up, and we see a lot of synergies, a lot of sense to work together. This is why we are proposing now a new Startup Europe call under the EIC and the EIE context. So please, I just would like to give you with the next slide a little bit of backdrop on where we're coming from. So the last cohort, let's say the last portfolio of Startup Europe and Innovation Radar projects is currently running. This is the third wave. We did it all across Horizon 2020 with calls every second year. Now we have 9 projects, as I said, and they're covering many different areas. Some of them are focusing very much on particular deep tech verticals, some more on particular growth segments. But the common denominator for all those projects is that they're all about facilitating access to markets for the startups in their communities around and access to finance. One of the priorities of this last call was also to increase capacity, building links between a bit less developed ecosystems around Europe with the stronger ones. And for that, we have proposed to combine forces. So within every project, you have more experienced ecosystems and builders, and with less experienced ones. And all together, they have created programs with particularly looking at how these startups can build partnerships across borders to do indeed increase their growth. So we also look at best practices for ecosystem cooperation, because we think that this is a long run. It's not something that you do in a project in a year or two. It's actually a very more longer term objective. And by doing a project a couple of years together, you can then facilitate continuation together in a sustainable way. So this is also one of the objectives of the projects. As I said, we have been focusing more on deep tech ecosystem, looking at startup hubs that are focusing a bit around issues such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, Internet of Things, and so on. But of course, all these technologies now are also a little bit converging, and you cannot be looking at a very, very distinct vertical. It's all synergetic, as we have seen through these projects. Down at the bottom here, you see a few of the logos of the projects currently running. And you can also access those projects, deliverables, what they have been working on, the calls for proposal that they are launching towards the startups to join and get support for cross-border acceleration through the Startup Europe Club. So there you can get more information about these projects I've been working on. We are running towards the end of these projects. They will be running until December this year. And therefore, it's very timely indeed that we come into the family of European Innovation Council and the European Innovation Ecosystems and can continue these activities with the call that we will explain to you today. Next slide, I'll just give you a little bit of what the target is. The target is, of course, to get more access to finance as a very important objective. And what is interesting with this graph, which shows VC-backed exits since 2013 to today, that we have a very steady growth in Europe. So these are VC-backed exits for European companies throughout this last 8 years. And as we see here, steady growth and even an almost accelerated growth after 2020, which is extraordinary when you think about that this is actually a year of crisis and a pandemic. You can see that there's resilience in the startup ecosystem around deep tech, and that these companies, many of them, have managed to pivot and change their business model and reconfigure so that they could sustain activities over this crisis. It's not true for all, of course. Startups, as we know, have a tendency to also fail, which is part of the story. And failing is not altogether bad. You can also fail and come back and try again. But indeed, these are encouraging figures. If you look, this comes from one of our Startup Europe projects. In fact, these facts. It's called EuropeanStartup.co. You can go to that website and find a lot of interesting information about the development in terms of venture capital, but also growth in terms of jobs, which is as important as the access to finance, of course, to create sustainable, interesting jobs. So next slide. I'll also show you a little bit of other initiatives that we do right now in the European Commission. We have an SME strategy that was launched basically just a week before we went into lockdown. In that SME strategy, we have continued relentlessly to work on initiatives that would help SMEs and particularly startups also to grow. And one of the very important initiatives here is the Startup Nations standard. So it's not only about money, it's also about creating good framework conditions for the startups to grow. And we have identified here, together with EU member states and other countries, to what are the key a set of key factors that would help startups to grow. And we have identified 8 different dimensions of, let's say, regulatory or supporting accompanying measures that member states would need to do to help our startups grow across the continent. And those are issues like procedures for visa applications, to be able to offer employees stock options, to make it more attractive to get talent also from third countries and also retain that talent in Europe. We are looking at issues to promote venture building and tech transfer from universities, together with the very much important still issue of increasing the growth capital, particularly in later stages of growth. So next slide, I just finished there with again emphasizing that we're now joining forces with European Innovation Council and EIE with Startup Europe, and we think this is going to be a very exciting collaboration going forward across Horizon Europe, and we look very much forward to working with the broader ecosystem across Europe and bringing in our expertise and through the Startup Europe hubs and the startups in the networks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ellen. Very interesting, very interesting prospects for all of us. So we have finished now the introduction to the different to the policy context, and now we are going towards the call presentations. So let me just remind you that you can ask questions on Slido. I'm just reminding you the code, which is #innovation2021 all together. And so I will pass now the floor to Catalin Ticheru, the call coordinator for the call about Startup Europe. So please stay very concentrated because we have packed everything in 10 minutes per call. So now let's go ahead. Katalin, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Daniel and colleagues. I'll be very short. I don't have plenty of slides. So Delali, if you can support me with the first one, which is actually about the call Horizon EIC 2021 Startup EU 0101. That stays for the call enhancing synergies between the EIC and Startup Europe, actually. So as the title says, we are looking forward to receiving proposals that be the will be the next projects of the fourth wave of the Startup Europe network. Basically, the focus of this call is to fund 3 to 4 coordination and support actions, which will have a duration of 2 years. So most likely they will start in 2022 and they will be active throughout 2022 to 2023. The deadline of the call has been extended recently, and it will end on the 18th of November. At 17 hours. So that's what you need to take into consideration, that the platform will close sharply at 5 p.m. So please submit your proposals even before that. The call is also open to, I would like to focus now on the eligible applicants, because it's very important to understand who is this call for. So basically it's for the startup ecosystem builders, how they are called by the colleagues in DG Connect and also through the Commission. And when we mention startup ecosystem builders, we think about business angel organizations, venture capitalists, investors, accelerators, incubators, startup associations as well, that come from, and basically the list is not finishing here, but just to give you I just wanted to give you a short overview about the target for the proposers. It's also very important to note that the call is open to entities coming from the EU member states and associated countries to the Horizon Europe. And as a novelty for this call versus the previous 3 calls of Startup Europe, I would like to highlight the fact that these actions will need to take into consideration the financial support to third parties clauses, which are introduced in the call text of the European Innovation Council Work Program. Namely, that the proposers will need to allocate at least 75% of the total budget to financial support to third parties. And in this case, the third parties are basically the startups, the digital and deep tech startups that are targeted by your project. Next slide, please. I mentioned who are the third parties in the case of our projects, and basically it's they can be either digital and deep tech startups already supported by the EIC, or they can be digital and deep tech startups that have already received private investment or investment through the Digital Europe program or other European programs. And the aim of the call is basically to build synergies between the EIC and the Startup Europe ecosystem builders, namely the fact. And the idea is that we want to see, we want to expose more and more startups to the offering of the EIC. So that's why it will be important that you will focus on this, on building actually the synergies and the relations with the European Innovation Council in the future. Of course, we would also like to increase the number of scale-ups and startups in key technology areas such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, next generation internet, and cybersecurity, and so on. And of course, these novelties and innovations and products, they will have to contribute to the digital and to the twin transition, as we call it, the digital transformation and the climate neutrality one. Next slide, please. Dalali, am I still online? Thank you very much. All right. So when it comes to the to potential activities that you might want to cover, you would have to take to keep in mind that through this call, we are looking to connect local digital and deep tech startup ecosystems, and to that you provide cross-border acceleration activities for the startups that are targeted by your project. And in this way, you will also need to ensure synergies with the Digital Europe program, for instance, through with the digital innovation hubs, or also through with other Horizon Europe programs, for example, by using innovation radar intelligence that could help you to screen and to detect the startups and the companies that can be targeted by your project. It will also be highly important that these projects will contribute to the EIC business acceleration services, and in this regard, it will be you will need to collaborate with the EIC business acceleration services team. And we foresee that that there will be a very strong number of deliverables and very good recommendations coming out from these projects, which could be very useful in the context of the EIC forum. So that's why please also take a look, join us on 24th to 25th of November at the EIC Summit, when the EIC forum will be launched. Of course, this is after the deadline of the call. It will be good that you also stay in touch with us when it comes to the concept of the EIC forum, what is being needed in this regard. So feel free to reach us out after this info day. Two other points that are important for your project is the fact that special attention will be given to ecosystems coming from the widening countries, and it will be very important that that your project and through the proposal you will demonstrate the sustainability of the project. We would like to see how the project will evolve after the 2 years of funding received from the European institutions. Next slide, please. And actually, I just wanted to wrap up and to highlight the fact that for us, through this call, it's very important that these projects will support the number of European startups in strategic digital technologies. We are also looking forward to connecting more DIC supported startups and Seal of Excellence ones with relevant European ecosystems and communities for startups. And at the same time, through the activities of these projects, focus would be that we support the scaling up capabilities, and we provide these companies with the right access to funding and opportunities and business acceleration services and growth opportunities by connecting them with different investors, with innovation procurement opportunities, as well as corporate innovation programs. So this was my short presentation. We are looking forward to receiving your questions after all the presentations of other colleagues for the other calls. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katalin. And by the way, I'm also reminding you that on the portal where the call for proposals are published, there is also an FAQ section where you can find some further details. I'm now passing to the second presentation for Connect 0101, and for this I am inviting Christina Nanou to take the floor. Christina.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Daniel. I will present you this topic, which is about preparatory action for setting up joint programs among innovation ecosystems actors. We can go to the next slide, Delali. Thank you very much. This is actually the first topic under the Connect destination. It's a preparatory action for co-fund actions foreseen in our work programs. It is a coordinated and support action, a CSA, of a total indicative budget of 4 million euros. And since we expect an EU contribution per project 0.5 million euros, here we expect around 8 grants to be signed. The estimated project duration can be, it's very indicative, of course, in the work program. We don't specify that we need 2 years, but here we encourage the applicants to consider submitting proposals of up to 2 years. An additional eligibility criterion in the topic is that we would like to see at least 3 independent legal entities from member states and associated countries, regardless their geographical establishment and coverage, to participate in the projects. And also, the eligible costs will take the form of a lump sum, but for that, you will get more information on what this means by our colleague Delali in the afternoon session. So what this topic is about, here we would like to see innovation funders, mainly public authorities, ministries in charge of innovation programs, policies and funds, to join forces together with the other stakeholders of the quadruple helix, including the private actors, of course, and the other research and innovation actors, in order to co-design, to co-create and co-plan specific activities around promising areas of either European interest or of joint interest. So since this topic is a topic under the Connect destination, it should contribute also to the expected impacts of the Connect destination. Therefore, we would like to see projects that contribute towards a more open, a more efficient, a more inclusive and more connected innovation ecosystems. So here the plan is to see different stakeholders to come together and to prepare this strategic-oriented, joint, multi-annual, at least 5 years program of activities in order to jointly tackle different challenges at European, national, regional or local level, and therefore to allow them to have this interconnection of the different key stakeholder players, to increase their capacities and their efficiencies. So what the applicants should include in their proposals. The topic is bottom up, which means that the applicants should identify themselves which are the thematic or technological areas of their interest. Therefore, these areas can be, for instance, around their priorities of their smart specialization strategies, or this can be around EU priorities, and we encourage applicants to consider these EU priorities, for instance, the green or digital or social transitions. Also, the activities of cooperation, it's up to the applicants to decide how they would like to establish this partnership. Therefore, it's open. Maybe some examples, it can be about open interconnected infrastructures, about joint procurements, public procurements, about finding activities and ways so as the scale, the startups to have better access to the market, or other coordination and networking activities towards innovation deployment. So it's completely up to the consortium to decide what kind of activities they would like to include in the proposal. Of course, these joint activities needs to be fully justified. They should have an EU impact. We are talking about Horizon Europe proposals. So they should have also an EU added value and should be scalable at European level. And of course, the potential for growth and competitiveness should be analyzed in the proposal of this sector. Here we underline some keywords that we think it's important for the proposers to consider. As it has been highlighted also by Fabienne, here the general principle of inclusiveness applies also under Connect and also under this topic. So here we would like to see in this proposal and also in the action plan that the consortium will prepare to see the different key actors of innovation ecosystems to participate, those that are less active, those that are missing or underrepresented. For example, we have in mind that, for instance, foundations or investors or civil society, the citizens, for example, or other public or private procurers are not that active. Together also with women-led startup, of course, because we give a lot of emphasis in the gender balance. Here it's important inclusiveness to be considered together with the diversity. And here we also would like to tackle the innovation gap, which means we would like also to see different territories to also participate in these proposals, also the modest and moderate innovators. Also, these proposals should also explain how the action plans will complement and reinforce the different existing strategies, policies, and plans that are already in place at national, regional, or a local level. And of course, the proposal should include also which are going to be the milestones to be achieved, which are going to be the benefits of the intended beneficiaries, and what kind of joint knowledge assets they want to use for the preparation of these action plans. Of course, since we are talking about multi-annual program of activities of at least 5 years, here it's important the applicants to consider in their plan and to explain how they plan to engage in these joint cooperation activities and therefore how they plan these long-term commitments. Next slide, please. So operationally on the ground, the proposal should consider splitting their proposal into 2 phases. The first one can be an exploratory one, where all the key stakeholders will be able to have exchanges in order to see how they can better build this partnership, this strategy that they want to shape via these action plans. So the first phase will foster the dialogue among the different actors. And of course, for this to be feasible, there will be a need to have evidence-based actions. How this means that kind of mapping and analysis is necessary, analyzing the different gaps, the different needs, the different opportunities, of course, the competitive advantages that the different member states and regions are facing. Of course, the existing agendas, innovation policies, the plans and activities. And here it's important for the applicants, since we talk a lot about inclusiveness, especially under the Connect destination. Here it's important to identify not only which are the active actors, but also which are the inactive ones, in order to find ways to motivate their inclusiveness in the innovation ecosystems. Of course, to do that, it's important the applicants to consider different expertise and existing tools and knowledge that they have. Of course, here we don't expect applicants to reinvent the wheel. We are aware that many of these existing points of these gaps, needs that I explained are already there in some cases via different studies or via the smart specialization strategies. So we would like to use this existing knowledge and tools. So once this first step has been finished, then they can go to a second phase where the applicants can finalize these action plans, can allocate the different activities between themselves and concretize and set up these action plans. Here, it's important to keep in mind that this topic is not about implementation of the proposed action plans. It's only about preparation. Next slide, please. So to help you prepare your proposals, we have gathered some frequently asked questions. Of course, you can also ask questions later on, but these are just some questions that we have identified and are of importance to you. For instance, you have seen that in 2022, we have a call, a co-fund topic that actually has a similar approach and objectives with this one, is including this joint action plans that involves the different key stakeholders of innovation ecosystems. However, we would like to clarify that this topic is mostly about applicants that more or less know which are the areas of cooperation, which are the activities they would like to implement. So this means that they know what they want to do in these action plans, what they want to achieve. So these action plans are quite mature, and in this topic they can go on and apply in order to get funding for the implementation of these joint action plans. Whereas for those member states, regions, or stakeholders among member states or regions that they don't have an established cooperation yet, they don't know what they want exactly to do, we offer the opportunity via this topic to prepare these joint action plans and therefore to explore the different areas of cooperation and concretize these action plans. Of course, the successful projects of this topic does not mean that automatically will get funding for the implementation of their action plans via the co-fund topic of 2022. Actually, this would not be feasible operationally, since we have only the call opening in October, in June. So the call deadline is expected to be the 26th of October, and it would not be feasible due to this time span, the difference, to apply for next year. However, for the successful projects, definitely there will be opportunities to get funding to implement their joint action plans under a competitive process, however. So in the future, we would like to advise applicants to seek for further funding via the European Innovation Ecosystems Next Work programs, but also we would like to encourage applicants to seek also other opportunities, other public or private programs with a similar approach where they can get this funding. So last but not least, since you see that this topic is connected with the co-fund one, I would like to advise you to read also the co-fund call, the different elements of the co-fund call, since understanding its peculiarities and requirements will help you also shape better proposal under this topic. Thank you very much, and for any other questions, we will be available later on.
Thank you, Christina. So you see here that we are really at the heart of working together. We are investing altogether 4 million in this action. And the purpose here is to make that in the future, when it's 1 + 1, it makes 3 or even 4. So that's the idea behind this action. Many thanks, Christina. So I'm now passing the floor to Julia for talking about innovation procurement. Over to you, Julia.
Yes, thank you very much, and good morning to all the participants. The second topic under the Connect call is aiming to create this interconnected, inclusive, and in the end more efficient and effective ecosystems through the innovation procurement. Delali, next slide, please. So when we hear the term innovation procurement, it's rather self-explanatory. It's all about procuring innovative solutions. However, in the end, despite this rather seemingly simple idea, the innovation procurement is still not the very natural or the standard de facto way to go for to choose for procurers. And taking into consideration that the government expenditure is approximately 14% of the European GDP, that if we manage to switch even a fraction of this government expenditure to innovation procurement, the impact on the society and on stimulating the innovation would be tremendous. So this is the main idea of the topic, to stimulate demand for innovation solutions set an example, that the public and private buyers set the example to uptake and be more risk adverse to risk seeking when creating their public tenders. So, but the problem, when we dig into the more in the problem and seeking why the solutions are not adopted, to our surprise or not, the problem doesn't lie in the technological solution as such, but it lies in the fact that there is low awareness, increasing uncertainty, missing skills and capabilities of implementation of public procurement, which obviously then leads to a low application of innovation procurement concept across both public and private procurers. So the idea behind this topic, it's quite simple and stands as a topic title, that it's build capabilities in innovation procurement. So this is topic is a coordination support action. You can see on the right hand side in the table that we have allocated 4 million euros, and approximately we expect one proposal to be of the budget of 500,000, which leads us to 8 signed grants. The work program does not specify the duration of the project, but we don't expect anything out of the extraordinary of the standard 2 or 3 years. The eligibility criterion stands only the standard one, that there should be at least 3 legal entities from member states or associated countries, and it the grant will be granted in the form of a lump sum, details of which we will cover in the afternoon session. The deadline for this call is 26th of October. So when we dig more closer into the work program text, we see that the main outcomes is quite simple. So fostered and facilitated implementation of innovation procurement. And through that, we expect that new potential markets are leveraged, and we contribute to tackling societal challenges through the innovation procurement. The scope is very much linked to the activities themselves, which proposals must cover, and they are listed on the next slide. Yes, so first of all, we want to see the improvement of skills and capacities in the design of innovation procurement. So here we are looking for the accessible training portfolios to tackle the skills and capacities to design it. Second bullet point stands for the raising activities to raise awareness, the strengthen the knowledge on legal frameworks and practical use of the legal procedures. Here, so these activities shall be focused for public buyers and the evaluators who evaluate the tenders themselves, for them to better understand the legal implications of implementing the innovation procurement. Third, we want to enlarge the scope, and definitely what we want to avoid is creating the silos in innovation procurement, is that we want to build public and private collaboration and co-designs. So here we are talking about involving SMEs, research organizations, and other public actors to work together with the buyers, both with public and private, in designing the idea for an innovation procurement, and also maybe already consulting on the proposed solutions. Next, we want to have identify the best case examples, so for the experience sharing, for mutual learning, so to identify and scale up. Dilali, if you can return to the previous slide, please. So it's a fourth bullet point, the definition and needs and design. So it's of the programs, procedures, and long-term strategies. So we want to identify them and showcase and share with the others, whoever would be interested, to be applied and scalable for them. Next is that we want to create one-stop shops where all the information is available. And that we see happening through creating expert networks, local competence centers, also expanding those who already exist to provide coaching services, legal assistance, support in design, and exchange of best practices. So really having a hub for information constantly available for those who want to get involved in the innovation procurement. And the last is that the idea behind all of these activities is quite short term, that we don't want that once the project ends, the activities end. We want to create a longer term self-standing partnerships between the public and private buyers and the deployment actors. So we want to really tackle the underexploited innovation potential in the longer term, and that it becomes a self-sustainable and instrument to be applied in every case. So all in all, we want to see activities in the design of the public procurement, the skills, awareness, competencies, and lastly, building cooperations and partnerships within the ecosystem, all that supported by easy access to information. The next slide, please, Delali. On the next slide, you will notice that there is one co-fund topic for 2022, which also covers the innovation procurement. Here, I raise your attention to the fact that indeed that's a co-funded action with a budget of 4.5 million. And more information, of course, you will find in the work program. But just to emphasize that this topic, the co-fund topic, emphasizes on the long-term concrete strategy, developing the multi-annual action plans, which include activities aimed to enable national and regional, local authorities to develop their action plans together with the public and private actors. So that's all for the second topic, and we'll come back and answering your questions later.
Many thanks, Julia. So you see here, this is a 6 dishes meal. So after innovation procurement, which indeed is very important, and there's a lot of space there for also making our innovators benefit from it. So after innovation procurement, I'm now turning to acceleration ecosystems. And for this, I'm passing the floor to Giulia Faselli. Giulia, you have the floor.
Good morning and welcome to all the participants. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Indeed, now we are going to present the next call that is divided into different topics, as you already know. And the first topic is expanding acceleration ecosystems. Next slide, please. This topic is actually threefolded in the sense that we are going to see for 2021 the first of a 3 topics action. In 2022, there will be a subsequent 2 topics focusing on entrepreneurial ecosystems and investment ecosystems. So for this year, we're focusing on acceleration and accelerator providers. And this topic is going together with the whole call being closed on the 11th of November. We expect an indicative budget of 5 million to be distributed tentatively among 5 grants with an expected contribution of 1 million each. The estimated duration is written also in the work program. In this case is 2 years. As you will see, this topic has pretty special eligibility criteria that we are going to discuss in a minute. But for the moment, let me focus on the target group, because this is going to be the key element of this topic as compared to the next 2. In this case, we are really focusing on business acceleration providers. So as you can see in the list, we do not just include incubators and accelerators, company builders, but also innovation agencies, business clubs and networks, regional public authorities, and educational institutions. Of course, we expect that the last ones have also a role of business acceleration. Among the expected outcomes, and this is indeed the most important part, is to enhance the openness, competitiveness, and global potential of developing innovation ecosystems. And this is the reason why we have introduced so special eligibility criteria, because we really want to be inclusive. We really want to involve and enhance regions that are, as of today, in a modest or moderate innovation ecosystem classification. And we want to link them with strong and leader ones, learning from each other, and therefore promoting the scaling up of the startups established in these countries and regions. So the inclusivity is here the key word, I would say, but also we aim at improving the quality and outreach of business acceleration services in developing innovation ecosystems. So we also want them to be able to get out of their regional context and really get interconnected with other innovation ecosystems beyond their regional and national one. So of course, as you can understand, this topic and the subsequent one stem from a reflection on the geographical gap between startups established in in less connected innovation ecosystems as compared with equivalent ones in strong and leader innovation ecosystems. We really want them to be able to profit from the best mentoring, the best experts and connection, but also having the ability to access funding opportunities at the international level, bringing into those regions international funders. So I will just focus now on the applicants and the criteria before going into the details of the scope of the action, because I believe this is very important to be explained in this context. So we expect to have 3 different legal entities established in different type of innovator regions. As you know, there are classifications available, and the one that we invite you to use is the 2021, meaning that in this scoreboard, the name of modest innovator regions has been replaced with emerging. This is actually pretty much automatic, and we will see in a couple of slides. And one of the legal entities should be, at least one of the legal entities should be established in one of those regions. Of course, should there be more, I would say this is also an element to be taken into consideration in the evaluation, because this is the key, the core of the topic. And then we want this to be connected with strong and innovation leader regions. So this covers, of course, 2 of the 3 entities. For the third entity, you have the freedom to pick different regions, but there must be, the point is to try to create an ecosystem. So of course, take this into consideration when you plan your consortium. Next slide, please. So the proposal must include indeed a series of actions. This is not, of course, a checklist that you need to attain in full and for all the elements. It's a suggested list, but I would underline what I believe is the most important for this action. So to share business acceleration related best practices, knowledge, tools, and method. This is indeed the key element to connect ecosystems. Exchange promising startups and SMEs. We are focusing, and we will see later with the Women Tech Q topic, especially and particularly on the gender, so women-led business. Exchange accelerator programs with experts, evaluators, etc. Establishing links between local actors in developing ecosystems. We here focus particularly on research, education institutions, and local authorities and incoming startups. We do so because we believe that's where the potential is and will be, not only, of course, but there is a lot to tap on. And we expect to establish a virtual platform where startups and SMEs are able to find accelerator programs, financial resources, mentors, events, etc. So a one-stop shop, let's call it this way. Next slide, please. Before closing, I will show you this comparing table that features some questions we received on the classifications according to the European Innovation Scoreboard, the 2020 methodology report compared to 2021. The 2021, as I said, is the one applicable to this topic because, as the topic states, we use the one that is running at the time of the closing of the topic. The key difference indeed is in the term modest innovators as compared to emerging innovators. But we invite you also to check your region and where it is located, because given that the thresholds have been updated, it might be that as compared to 2020 and 2021, your region has moved to a different category. This is all from my side, and I leave the floor now to the next colleague. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. So in this 6 dishes menu, we're now arriving to the 5th one. And so this is now about deep tech ecosystems. You see that it's a very inclusive and very wide activity program. And for this, I'm very pleased to pass the floor to Chiara Phelan. Please, Chiara, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Daniel. So I hope everyone can hear me.
We hear you.
Very good. And good morning. Delali, we can move to the next slide. Thanks. Great. Thank you. So first of all, the basics. The topic is called Scaling Up Deep Tech Ecosystems. It's in our Scale Up call. The budget is €5 million. We're expecting this to result in one proposal to be funded. It's a research and innovation action. The deadline is the 10th of November. You can see on the slide the list of target groups, with one exception. These are, of course, illustrative. It's not obligatory to have all of these types of applicants in your proposal. But of course, there is one obligatory type of consortium member, which is a pan-European research and technology infrastructure. And just to explain a little bit why we have that obligation, I think it helps to, first of all, position this action in the overall context of the European Innovation Ecosystems Work Program. So our work program has a specific mandate to implement activities that complement and ensure synergies right across Horizon Europe. And so this action, by focusing on the pan-European research and technology infrastructures, is aiming to work in complementarity and synergy with the first pillar of Horizon Europe, and in particular, the element on research infrastructures. Going a bit further on this, we're using the definition of deep tech from the EIC Work Program, which is part of Pillar 3, the Innovative Europe pillar, along with our work program. So in this way, this action is aiming to bridge across those two pillars of Horizon Europe. And so therefore, that's why we have this obligatory obligation to involve the research infrastructures, the research and technology infrastructures. So going from the work program level to the destination level, we are in the scale-up destination of our work program. And so the actions in this destination should collectively contribute to elevating the scalability potential of business by contributing to one or more of the expected impacts that are outlined in the destination text. And if you're planning to apply, I would definitely recommend that you read the destination text as well as the specific topic text. So in the case of this action, it would be the first impact that would be the most obviously relevant. So this is about enhancing connectivity in ecosystems. But I definitely think there is a possibility to contribute to the other two impacts, which are expanding and strengthening cooperation between ecosystems and more inclusive ecosystems. So then moving to the specifics of the topic and the expected outcomes, which are, of course, in this new impact-driven logic that we have in Horizon Europe. The expected outcomes are the main means of building this credible pathway to get to the expected impacts of the destination. So, I mean, you can see the expected impacts in front of you on the slide there, but in a nutshell, the idea is that the topic should support the development of deep tech innovation ecosystems around research and technology infrastructures, increase the involvement of industry, including SMEs, in the ecosystem, and in that way, it capitalizes on the previous investments that have been made in research and technology infrastructures. So this is another reason why we have this specific obligation to involve the pan-European research infrastructures in the consortium. We're building here on the fact that the cutting edge technology that's used in such infrastructures could often have many other socially or commercially viable applications outside of a purely scientific focus. And indeed that the people who are in this existing ecosystem around the research and technology infrastructures, be they people working in the research infrastructures, people working in companies servicing the research infrastructures, etc., may actually have ideas about other uses for the technology that they work with every day. And this action should give them a little bit of funding to maybe pilot the development of these ideas. So since we're talking about these conditions, definitions, etc., the other specific condition for the topic is that at least 60% of the funding should go to third parties. This is because the main aim of the action is to stimulate a varied ecosystem and to allow these small pilot projects. I would stress that the minimum is 60. It doesn't preclude that there could be an application that decides that it will distribute 60, 70, 80%. What's important in terms of the application is that it gives a very clear and credible and logical explanation of the distribution of funding of the various activities that are specified and meets the minimum distribution requirement. I would also note that the target group that you see there is referring to the applicants to this call. It does not refer to the applicants for the third-party calls that will be run. In terms of deciding who should be the target group for that call, I would draw your attention to the second expected outcome there. The topic overall is supposed to increase the involvement of industry, including SMEs, with research and technology infrastructures. So therefore, the third parties to be funded should be coherent with achieving that outcome. But there is flexibility for anyone applying to provide a good rationale for why their target group should contribute to those outcomes. So just to sum up this side, I suppose I'd say it's to help develop deep tech ecosystems around research and technology infrastructures by better involving industry and SMEs in their ecosystems, and thus valorize the previous investments in research infrastructures. And in a sense, I think we can say that if the first two outcomes are achieved, the third very naturally follows. And just to note the two specific conditions for this topic, which are the involvement of a pan-European research and technology infrastructure as defined in the topic text, and the minimum amount that must be distributed to third parties. So Delali, could we move to the next slide, please? Thank you. So here you see an extract from the scope. I would definitely recommend that any applicants read very carefully the entire scope. I saw just before I joined, there was a question in the Slido about what was meant by technology areas. So indeed, we're saying it should pilot development of deep tech ecosystems in 3 to 5 technology areas related to research and technology infrastructures. I mean, here it is left to some degree for the applicant to define and justify, but I think a good example might be to say, as noted in the topic text, this topic is partially based on a previous topic from Horizon 2020 that was in the Research Infrastructures Work Program and aimed to do something quite similar in terms of the ecosystem building. And that resulted in a project that focused on detection and imaging technologies. So that would be an example of something like that, the topic could be focused on. Obviously, the detection and imaging has been done, but something similar perhaps, or something in that broad scope. So I will briefly go through the bullet points of what the proposals should do. I think if you look at these first 4 items, so we're saying to identify the opportunities with breakthrough potential, assess the feasibility and scalability of those opportunities, suggest a clustering and selection process for those opportunities, and then identify, following from that selection and clustering process, the opportunities that have the strongest potential. So in terms of these 4 ideas, right, they don't necessarily have to be fully developed in the proposal. The proposal could just suggest a methodology for how this will be carried out. It could, in some cases, for example, it could identify the opportunities and suggest the methodology for assessing the feasibility. It could do some kind of mix. What's important here is that there is at least a credible methodology for carrying this out. The 5th bullet, the running and evaluating calls, is of course the meat, if you like, of this project. I would strongly recommend anyone applying to have a look at the relevant parts of the model grant agreement and the annotated grant agreement, which give you great details about the rules for running such calls, the kind of beneficiaries you can have, etc., etc. Because it's very important that any proposal is compliant with the legal requirements needed for such calls. And then finally, the final activity is to assess the outcome of the pilot grants. And that's because we're hoping that from this action, we will get information that will help us to look at how we could go further in developing these kind of deep tech ecosystems. So that's all I have to say. If you have any more questions, please put them in the Slido and I will be back during our Q&A session to address them. So I pass back to Daniel.
Many thanks, Chiara. And by the way, as you're talking about this third-party financing scheme, I also invite, this is a little hint I can share with you, I invite you to have a look at the call about Startup Europe, because we have in the guidance document made an extensive description of the way to implement these third-party financing action, which is building on years of experience on the EIC Work Program. So we're now reaching the dessert, ladies and gentlemen, and for this I'm very pleased to invite Natalia Nowinska to take the floor for talking about Women Tech EU.
Good morning.
Natalia.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
So I will present a third topic under the Scale Up destination, Women Tech EU. But before I go into the details of the topic, I would just like to briefly present the context of why this initiative was proposed by the European Commission. Well, women represent more than half of the EU population, and they create roughly a third of companies. However, the startup ecosystem is very gender unbalanced. First of all, we are observing a huge gender gap in innovative high potential startups. Only 15% of startups are founded or co-founded by women. And only 6% of startups have all women funding teams. We are also observing a huge gap in funding of innovative startups. And here this gap is in fact even bigger. Female entrepreneurs have more difficulties than men in raising finance for their ventures. In Europe, only 5% of capital goes to mixed teams, and only 2% go to all female teams. And this situation, as you can imagine, got even worse last year with the COVID crisis. And this this funding gap is not only, some might consider, unfair, but this is also an economic problem, because basically the lack of investment into women-funded startups is a missed opportunity worth billions. Why? Because overwhelming evidence show that startups funded by women actually outperform those that are funded by men. They generate more revenue, they earn higher profits, they exit faster and higher valuation. So for every woman that does not have the opportunity to launch and lead a tech company, Europe loses out not only on talent and diversity, but also it can result in missed opportunities for economic growth. So for this reason, the European Commission proposed the Women Tech EU initiative, and through Women Tech EU, we would like to help to increase the number of women-led startups. We would like to help to increase the overall number of women in senior tech positions, and we want to create a fair and more prosperous European deep tech ecosystem. If you can go to the next slide. So here I will present the eligibility criteria for this call. So to apply, you must be a woman, be a founder or a co-founder of an early stage deep tech startup registered and established in an EU member state or associated country for at least 6 months, and you have to hold a top management position. So I will now briefly define all these categories. So what does it mean to be a woman? So to apply, you must to be legally defined as a woman. To be a founder or a co-founder, you also need to be legally recognized in your member state or your associated country as a founder or a co-founder of a company. What about if a company was founded by 2 or more women? Should you apply jointly or separately? So there can be only one application per company. Therefore, you cannot submit a separate application. You have to do it jointly. However, in the application, you are more than welcome to describe both of you, or 3 or 4 of you. I don't know how many you are. And please also record jointly the video and introduce who you are and what is your company, what are you developing in your company. Of course, since this is an eligibility criterion, you should be able to provide proof that you are a founder or a co-founder of this company. And now let's go to the early stage deep tech startup definition. So here I will support myself with the official definitions of the Horizon Europe. So the startup was defined actually by the Horizon Europe regulation, and for the purpose of this regulation, a startup should be understood as an SME in the early stage of its life cycle, including those that are created as spin-offs from university research activities, which aims to find innovative solutions and scalable business models, and which are autonomous. Deep tech was also defined by the European Innovation Ecosystems Work Program. Kira mentioned before the definition, I will repeat it. So deep tech is a technology that is based on cutting-edge scientific advances and discoveries, and is characterized by the need to stay at the technological forefront by constant interaction with the new ideas and results from the lab. Deep tech is distinct from high tech, which tends to refer only to research and development intensity. I would like to point out that for Women Tech EU, we welcome applications from all deep tech fields. So you are free to submit whatever you do. However, please of course note that deep tech is different than any innovation. And the third part of this definition, early stage. So early stage refers to the phase of the development of the company, and for the purpose of this topic, for the purpose of Women Tech EU, on an indicative basis, we would consider, among others, the following criteria to define an early stage startups. So startups that have been established and operating for not more than 6 years, startups that have raised limited funding, and by limited funding we mean up to €1 million, and startups before reaching a high fidelity minimum viable product, so before reaching a high fidelity MVP. Of course, your company has to be registered for at least for 6 months at the time of the submission, so you had to register your company on or before 10 of May. Unfortunately, we cannot make any exceptions. This is the eligibility criteria and we cannot change it. And the last condition, you have to hold a top management position, CEO, CTO, or equivalent. So we decided to extend this definition and include also CFO and COO positions. Please note that this condition of being founder or co-founder and holding a top management position have to be understood jointly. So we cannot accept the applications if from the company who was founded by a woman, but now another woman is holding this top management position. So it has to be the same woman who founded and the same who is currently leading the company. Next slide, please. So what can you get via the Women Tech EU? There are two main benefits, let's say. First of all, it's a grant, financial support to the company as an individual grant of 75,000 euro to support the initial steps in the innovation process, in the growth of the company. So you are free to decide and indicate which activities needed to grow up your business are the most appropriate, the most urgent, that basically you need to develop now to grow. As you can see the FAQ part on our website or on the funding and tenders portal. We propose, just for your consideration, activities such as customer validation and technical clinical assessment, finding partners and investors, prototyping, business model upgrade, update of financial plan, certification. You can decide whatever you need. Of course, this have to be activities needed for the development of the early stage startups. The second, and just to point out that the financial support goes to the company. So this is not personal grant, it goes to the company, not to the women funder. However, the second part of the benefit, I'd say, mentoring and coaching provided under the new Women Leadership Program. This prize goes personally to the woman funder. So the Women Leadership Program offers, first of all, tailored trainings session for participants. They can help you how to set up, grow your business, scout and negotiate, how to pitch in front of investors. In addition, each participant will have the opportunity to work with mentors and coaches. These are investors, these are entrepreneurs, these are innovators who can share their personal experiences, network. We will have also business coaches who will help you to work on your business plan, business model, basically who will guide you through the process of developing your company. And the third benefit if you are a successful beneficiary is the possibility to participate in dedicated activities organized by InvestEU and Enterprise Europe Network. Next slide, please. And now a few words about your application. So your application should be composed of 3 elements: application form, an inspirational video, and the annexes. If you had a look already on the funding and tendering portal, you probably saw that the application form is composed of 10 pages. So you are supposed to reply around 20 small questions, short questions structured around the 3 criteria: excellence, impact, and implementation. So these are questions about your deep tech innovation, about your business, current stage of development, about your team, your business plan. Yeah, you will see it. Everything is included there. Secondly, you have to support your application with an inspirational video. The video should last maximum 3 minutes. In the application form, you see we propose 3 or 4 questions. These questions are not obligatory. They are suggested. They are there to help you to structure your presentation. We know that 3 minutes is not a very long time, so you can go into more details in your presentation, and just please introduce shortly yourself, show us who you are. Please tell us what is your company, how did you personally contribute to funding and growing your company. And the third part are the annexes. We ask you to include also the annexes, to add them to your application form. First of all, we ask you to submit the executive summary of the business plan. It doesn't have to be the full business plan, just a few pages. In particular, please describe your business, your product. Please tell us what is the current stage of development of your innovation and of your business. Are you at the proof of concept phase, or do you have MVP? A few words about market, competitive analysis, customer analysis. Please describe whether you have any proven interest from the market, customers, letters of intent, etc. We will include also more this week or next week. You will see in the FAQ we will update this part on the business model on the business plan, and we will provide you with the list of suggested questions that we would like you to address. Second annex is the financial corporate information. If you open this already, you saw that there are two tables, one with the company financing history. So please specify all previous funding and equity history. And also please tell us what is the company ownership and capital structure. So who owns shares and who is the owner of the company. The third link is, the third annex is the CV. Please include the CV of the founder team, of the women leader, but also we would welcome to see CVs of the rest of the team. And please also include the documents proving that you are a founder or a co-founder of your company. Duration of your project, you ask us, we received some questions asking how long should be your project. So there's no minimum or maximum duration of the project. However, we expect that the project should last between 6 and 12 months. So, and this period should cover both the activities funded under the grant, as well as activities under Women Leadership Program. And at the end of your project, you should you should submit an evaluation report in which you describe what have you done, how did you spend the grant, what activities did you cover with the grant, and as well how did mentoring and coaching help you, what did you learn, etc. So that's all from me. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask them on Slido. And please also note that this week or next week, we will update the FAQ on our website. So please check this out as well. Thank you.
Many thanks, Natalia. So we have now finished this little round of the presentation of the calls. And I'm inviting you now to send your questions on Slido. And for this, we'll have a screen shared by Eric. And let's see what we found in there. And so we are starting. So just I see a number of general questions. Yes, we're going to share the PowerPoints with the attendants. The questions of Slido, will there appear in the FAQs? I think basically yes. So the new questions will be added because this is helpful for all applicants and we have to guarantee an equal treatment. Announcement of semi-finalists for the prizes are announced where? I guess on the EISMEA website. Katalin, can you?
So the semi-finalists are announced on the EIC website.
EIC website.
eic.ec.europa.eu. There is a prize category over there. And the winners will be announced during the EIC Summit on the 24th to 25th of November. Only for 3 out of the 4 prizes.
And there was also a question about prices for 2022. Katalin, can you take this one as well?
Will there be prizes? Of course, some of the prizes will continue in 2022. There are still, of course, discussions about the next year's structure of the work program. So that's what I can say at this stage.
Okay. Most topics mentioned the EIC forum. How will the supported projects really relate to it? Well, I mean, this is a work in progress, so the EIC forum should be launched very soon. and then we'll see. But basically, this is a place for exchanging among all the stakeholders. So shouldn't be so too difficult for relating the projects to this forum. What are exactly affiliated entities in the context of the proposal? Budget Excel spreadsheet. Eic Koch, can you take this one, please?
Daniel, shall we take this later in the afternoon session, or?
Yeah, it's a good idea. Maybe we can take it later. Thanks for the hint. So this one will be dealt this afternoon or after the set of questions related to the specific calls. Okay. Okay, so I think we are associated partner status, how they are included in the application. And so this is also very general, so let's keep it for later.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to the specific rooms. We can go to the Startup Europe. You see, this is an exceptional day. The sun is coming out here in Brussels. Okay, so this is still the same.
Sorry, can't get rid of this of the ribbon here and to access the trying to get rid of it. I want to get up here, but I can't. Top Q. Ah, well, okay, here we go. So which one, Daniel?
Startup Europe.
Can you see them?
Are there any guidelines on how to choose the service providers? Catalin.
It's a good question. We have issued actually guidelines, general guidelines, but of course there is no, let's say, clear identification of how you can choose the service providers. At the end of the day, it's the goal of the consortium or of the proposers to identify the right ones that they find suitable in order to achieve the objectives and of the projects and also of the call. So as long as they can support you and they are reliable partners, they can be reliable service providers. I assume that this is they shall be good now for the project.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Next one. Is there an expected distribution of the supported SMEs, percentage of EIC startups versus percentage of non-EIC startups?
There is no expected distribution in this case. It's also up to the proposal to the proposer to decide the right balance. It can be it can also be fully EIC beneficiaries that can be exposed to these services. What's important, as mentioned earlier, is the fact that the non-EIC startups will be exposed to the offering coming from the EIC, and of course, it will also be good that they get more, let's say, information about other funding opportunities coming from other EU work programs.
Okay, yes, indeed. And there's a little comment about the selection of service provider. In case you are yourself a public entity, you should, of course, apply the rules applicable to public procurement. And maybe the time will not let you activate the innovative procurement ways, but this is an important add to make. Are there limitations to the consortium formulation of different countries? So here it's, even though being a CSA, it has been said in the work program that we need 3 from the 3 different countries. And the type of institutions is indeed quite broad for this call. And here you have to be careful, because if you're taking the, let's say, the old classical types of partners for delivering the services, it would be better having these not being part of the consortium. Clusters eligible to the startup call, I guess yes. Katalin, can you confirm?
Yes, I don't see a problem as long as they provide services to startups in order to scale up.
Since acceleration services cannot be delivered by consortium partners, what is the typical size and composition of the expected consortia? I mean, now we don't have a real history under this new format. About the size, I mean, my recommendation would maybe to limit the numbers of partners in the grant agreement for giving space to the, let's say, old partners delivering services for engaging into the third-party financing mode. And I will take the next question. And Katalin, if you want to complement, please take it afterwards. When structuring the proposal, should the contribution to the EIC business acceleration services and the general activities of the EIC from be at its core? Maybe this I leave for Katalin or Helen. You are around. Would you like to step in for this question?
I didn't quite get the question. Can you repeat it?
Okay, when structuring the proposal, should the contribution to EIC business acceleration services and the general activities of the EIC forum be at its core?
Oh, okay. I think this is not the core deliverable of the projects. I mean, the project is really to provide services to startups for their acceleration, and then the EIC business acceleration services are very complementary to it. So I think what should be taken into consideration is to how you can complement what is already in place at the business acceleration services, so you don't duplicate that. And then as the project is progressing, I would think that we would look for more synergies between the experiences from the Startup Europe project and the business acceleration services. I can imagine that we could enrich and perhaps improve services on the BAS services as well as the project progresses.
Okay, thank you. And I think you can also take, there was one I just saw. Yes, can we apply for a startup social innovation hub, which is not yet open, but will be in the next year? Social innovation hub.
Yes, I'm not sure that I can answer that question, Daniel.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, basically, the rule is that we need established legal entities at the moment of the deadline. So, I mean, this I think answers the question. Next question. Should FSTP be used in services complementary to those? Okay, that we had already. You can. Does the call favor generic startup ecosystems, or can it also support thematic ecosystems? For example, startup ecosystems for environmental solutions. I think you can take this one, Ellen. You're muted, Ellen.
Here we go. Yes, I do think that thematic ecosystem is quite a good thing, because the more targeted you are towards your clients, which are the startups, and if you in your consortia feel that you can give really more better services by focusing on, for example, a vertical or a technology, I think that we have good experience from that sort of setup in the Startup Europe projects. And I think here we definitely are looking for deep tech in digital, but I mean, now we're also for the twin transition in green and digital. So I think there can be cross fertilization between the areas. I mean, we also look how digital technologies can improve and enhance the green transition. So that could be definitely in the scope.
Okay, and I think it's related to the questions which is on the bottom of the screen. Sub-themes to be focused, such as tourism, creative sectors, should be mentioned during the application form, or could they be determined within the project? I think it's quite the more or less the same question.
Yeah, it's more or less the same, right? I mean, if that would be the target of your community of startups, then indeed, I think then such actors should be in the consortia, in the project, and be able to help reach out to them and deliver services.
Okay, so if you don't mind, I will take the next one for saving some time. So should the services that will be delivered to startups be clearly identified at the proposal stage, or can they be defined by service provider during the call? I mean, I would say in theory, yes, but don't forget that the proposals will be evaluated. And for this, the clearer your application is, the better it is. So I think that evaluators will appreciate to have a quite detailed level of service description. Next question, why have you chosen the FSTP Cascade founding scheme for the Startup Europe call, while it was not the case in the previous Startup Europe's project? So I guess one part of the answer is that we want to ensure also some funding in cash to SMEs, but I will hand over to Ellen for responding to this one. Ellen? You're muted?
Yeah, now I couldn't unmute myself, but this is I think it's a trial. We wanted to find a way to make sure that the funding that we made available is really being given to the startups. And the cascading funding scheme has been such an approach in the past also that we've had in different project context, which has allowed actually the funding to be funneled towards applicants. Now we will see how this works. You know, if we have good or bad experience with it. If you as consortia find a way of designing the projects so that this really happens. But this was the reason why.
Okay, there was a cut, Ellen, so I'm taking over again. And this is, of course, here a change of approach, but let me reassure you that we've had many actions with third-party financing schemes in the EISMEA program. And I mean, there are some things to know how it works, but it's really working very well. So be reassured, I'm sure that this scheme will be fitting perfectly to this call. How do you envisage the integration of startups with a Digital Europe program? Ellen, you're back. Is your connection okay?
I think so. I hope
I
so.
think this you
Can
could
you hear me?
answer. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Please go ahead. So you see the question: do you envisage the integration of startups with a Digital Europe program, European Digital Innovation Hubs?
Yeah, it's a great question, and we do look for synergies also with the digital innovation hubs. I think there are clear collaboration and cooperation that can define innovation hubs and in particular Startup Europe digital sort of deep tech focused projects. I think startups could be very good suppliers of technology to, for example, SMEs. I think this is an
Okay, sorry, Ellen. It's lagging.
Yeah, I hope the essence of my reply came through.
Yeah, I think so. Anyway, I
Otherwise,
mean, I think it's even mentioned in the call. So indeed, these synergies are extremely important for us.
I think shortly, yes. We do foresee synergies.
Yeah, this will be plus point in the evaluation. How extensive is providing startup access to innovation procurement opportunities? Would an info day fulfill this requirement, or should it be more? Helen, you're still around? Or Katalin, if it's working on your side?
It's working, yes.
Okay, so what do you think? Info day, would it fulfill the requirement for providing access to innovation procurement opportunities?
Well, it's of course up to the it's up to the applicant now to decide. I wouldn't like to go that much into detail on what's perceived as best. I mean, in order not to create, let's say, a advantage to some of the applicants that are not today at this event. So
yes. Many thanks. I mean, it's recorded, but basically, I mean, it depends also on the range of services that you're offering in different areas. So here it's really up to you, and just think about the evaluation. It should be clear to the evaluators. And Katalin, where can we find information about Startup Europe?
The website of DG Connect has a very good overview on the Startup Europe initiative. If you don't find, I mean, the links are also available on the call text that is on the funding and tenders portal, so you can access the links over there. Otherwise, feel free to contact us at our functional mailbox, and we can direct you there.
Okay, and for the EIC forum, I think this is in progress. So once it is launched, you will receive the information. But one important point here is that the EIC forum is very connected to the member states. So probably we could also build bridges at national level.
And to mention perhaps the functional mailbox, it's eismea-eu-ecosystems@ec.europa.eu.
Okay. If a project partner is an association, does it exclude all members of the association from the possibility to be a service provider in the project? I think the answer here is yes, because we are talking here about legal entities. So, so this is if it's different departments in the same association, then it's a little bit tricky. I wouldn't do that. The recommended amount of financial support for therapy can be between 30 and 60K. Does it mean it can't exceed 60K? So here the answer is it can exceed 60K, because this is normally the default limit we have set in Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe. But here the work program has explicitly waived this maximum. We have a newly established startup accelerator body within our institution. Can we apply for this call? So this is the same that I said just before. We need to have a legal entity at the moment of submission. And maybe there are some additional points to check out in terms of financial viability for the coordinator, but nothing is excluding you here for applying. Okay, I think we're through the Startup Europe room. Sorry, I think we've taken a bit of time, but I think the questions were excellent, so good to share them. So I'm now passing to the next room, which is Connect I0101. Christina, you're ready. Does the lead partner has to be a local, regional, national authority, or can it be another partner as long as the public authority is part of the consortium?
Yes, on that. Yes, well, on that, actually, the topic includes only one additional eligibility criterion, that consortium must have at least 3 independent legal entities, and these entities should be established in a member state or associated countries. Apart from that, there is no other restriction on how the partnership, how the consortia will be built. Therefore, for the lead partner, the coordinator, it's open. It's up to the consortia to decide who will take the lead and who will be the partners.
Okay, what are the type of KPIs expected for this topic? And is there any optimal size of a consortium?
Yes, well, on that, actually, we don't have specified in the work program the key performance indicators per topic. We leave it open for the applicants to decide, and especially for this topic, since we're talking about the preparation of an action plan, it would be useful also for the applicants to consider these KPIs in the proposal that can be later be evaluated by the experts. So how these key performance indicators are linked to the specific action plan. And here, of course, the applicant should consider that, for instance, the number of factors involved, or the number of which territories are included, how many startups are involved in these activities. They can, according to the activities that they will decide to introduce in the action plan, they can shape accordingly these KPIs. So there are no general KPIs for the topic. And the second one, I think that there was a second part of the question that I missed.
Yes, it was how many, I mean, what is the ideal composition of the number of partners in the consortium, I think.
Yes, again, here we cannot tell. It's a novelty under Horizon Europe Our Work Program. We don't have a history on this kind of CSAs as a preparatory action. So for that, we just stick on the eligibility criterion of at least 3, let's say, legal entities, and then depending on the needs and the objectives of the action plan, it's open for the applicants to decide how many partners they want to introduce in the consortium.
Okay, and by the way, how many regional ecosystems should be covered in this call? The call does mention 3 partners from 3 different countries.
Yes, well, in this case, applicants should pay particular attention. Here, the only additional eligibility criterion, as I mentioned, is that the consortium must have at least 3 independent legal entities. And there are no further requirements in relation to the geographical establishment or coverage, which means that it's open for the applicants to decide where these entities will be established or how many member states or regions will participate. However, even though it's not an eligibility criterion, it's the scope of the topic clearly describes that, and the target groups describes that the public authorities, the innovation public authorities, should be part of these proposals that maybe later on can also co-fund this action plans, but also this should absolutely need to be in cooperation with the other research and innovation actors, the other private partners, in order to comply with the inclusiveness principle.
Thank you. Here a question about when does the project start, when is the grant agreement signed, and when is the funding provided to the winners. So
Yes.
here I can refer to the time to grant we have in Horizon. So this is 8 months as from the closing deadline. So the project can start as from this very moment. I won't go now into the details about retroactivity. And the funding is provided, the payment is done within the 60 days after the signature of the grant agreement. And you know that in Horizon it's quite a strong pre-financing. Do government bodies have to be officially partners, or is it sufficient to have them provide detailed support letters? Christina.
Well, here, as I said, it's open. However, it's included in the scope that public innovation authorities in charge of innovation programs and funds and policies should be part of the proposal. So it's not a hard eligibility criterion. However, it should be within the scope. So the consortia should be comprised of partners that definitely should be in scope with the text of the topic. So here the government bodies in a way have to get linked with the proposal, since later on for the implementation they should possibly be requested to fund these proposals. And partners can also be either official partners of the proposal or associated partners. This is completely up to the applicants to decide what kind of role each one of the partners will play. And here it's about a preparatory topic. So everybody, all key stakeholders are encouraged to participate in the consortium.
Thank you, Christina. And then the next question is about how does the open science principle apply in the case of the Connect project? Christina, can you answer to this one?
Yes, well, actually, open science relates to the open access and open data, open publication of scientific data. This, of course, is a prerequisite also for open innovation. But here, since we are talking about innovation ecosystems and we are not having any research activities except from the topic related to the deep tech, which we foresee to be research and innovation actions. All the others are actually CSAs and co-fund actions. So here we're talking mostly about open cooperation and open innovation rather than open science. And here we would like to, of course, companies that cannot afford to have their own research and innovation, they should rely to externals in order to to get some IP rights, some patents from other companies. Therefore, we are talking about open innovation and inclusiveness.
Thank you. Next question is it expected that there will be similar calls in 2023-2024 work program, similar to the INUSIP ones?
Well, here the discussion about the preparation of the next work program has just started. We are now starting to discuss about the orientation in relation to the next work program. So we cannot specifically inform the applicants on the next calls in the next biannual work program. However, it is foreseen that this co-fund activities will be strongly considered to be continued, possibly as flagship calls. This needs to be discussed also in the future.
Thank you. So, of course, the work program is discussed with the member states, so this is work in progress. How does the preparatory call link to the 2022 implementation call? The timeline doesn't allow time for successful projects to use any outputs from this call. Christina.
Yes, I think that this has been replied. This question is one of the frequently asked questions I replied during my presentation. Indeed, there is not enough time for those successful projects of this topic to apply then in 2022. However, we said that possibly in the future there will be other opportunities under the work program, the European Innovation Ecosystems Work Program.
Thank you. Next question is, if a consortia consists of 3 development and government agencies and a network, is it appropriate for the alliance to coordinate as they have the largest outreach? Christina?
Yes. As I said before, because there was a similar question, there is no restriction on how and by whom the project will be coordinated. Therefore, all the options are open.
Thank you. The next question is a partner search, a partner Nexa Agence Régionale pour l'Innovation de la Réunion, looking for a partner, but you have a system in the participant portal to search for partners. Next one, please. How can you narrow the target sector to be, e.g., an area within energy where innovation ecosystem that is still developing in some countries and more advanced elsewhere?
Yes, here also the topic does not specify the scale and the type of the sector, which means that it's up again to the applicants to decide, depending on the priorities that they had set at the regional smart specialization strategies, because they have also to comply with this in order to have strong and EU added value projects, scalable at EU. Therefore, it's open to any sector, no matter the scale, to apply, as long as the added value is there and the EU impact as well.
Thank you. The next question is, give some examples of Horizon Europe or other private programs within which beneficiaries of this call could search for funding of the implementation of their action plans.
Well, here, unfortunately, we cannot go into details about the other public or private programs. As I said, since we are representing the Horizon Europe program, we informed the applicants that indeed there may be opportunities under the European Innovation Ecosystems Work Program in the future. However, we advise the applicants to seek further opportunities via getting in touch with their managing authorities in relation to their cohesion funds to see what other programs they foresee.
Thank you. The next question is, let's say, quite general. What is the process of submitting the application? Does each core member have to sign it in the portal? Are physical signatures required? So no, as I said in the opening, we are highly digitalized, so there is no physical signature. So everything is online. Then there's a question about what is the intended duration of the projects? Can we make it in 1 year?
Yes, well, actually, the topic does not describe in particular the duration. It's an estimated duration, which means that we encourage applicants to submit proposals up to 2 years in order to have a comparative element in the evaluations. Therefore, it's open, and of course, it can be even less. This depends on the action plan.
Okay, and by the way, but be aware about this time to grant when you are planning actions, because 8 months is a certain time in which things may change in the meanwhile. Next question is, does the coordinator of the consortium receive the entire funding amount, or does each core member get it directly? So in principle, it's the consortium leader is receiving the whole funding. It's his job then to redistribute to the other consortium members. Next, is it possible to modify the budget during the project? Yes, indeed. So there are some rules about this. And if it's a big change, it can be done via an amendment. How detailed should the budget be? Include low costs that are less than 1,100 euros. I mean, basically, we need a precise budget, so it's up to you to define the threshold of what you want to reach in terms of your proposal. Do we need to hold tenders for any outsourced third-party purchase? What are the conditions? So this is what I said before. In case you are a public authority, you need to respect the public procurement procedures. And in case you're a private operator, it depends on the amount, but it's always good for us to know that you have asked several service providers for having estimates. Next question, will there be interviews, presentation from the project proposals? Or is the evaluation purely in written form? There are no proposals in these cases, no interviews, so this is only done in writing. Next question, does the regional balance criteria, modest emerging leader region, apply to this call as well? Christina?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, on that, actually, there are no specific eligibility criteria in relation to the territories. I mean, whether these are modest or emerging or leader. This is an eligibility criterion that will cover actually 4 out of the 12 topics that we have in our work program, but this one is not included. The only eligibility criterion, again, I repeat, is that we would like to see consortia having at least 3 legal entities, no matter where they are coming from. However, in the scope, I repeat, it's mentioned that for the sake of inclusiveness, we encourage applicants, of course, to consider also the less developed innovators.
Thank you. So the next question, which is we cannot yet answer firmly, will there be the same preparatory topics in the 2023-2024 work program? Indeed, as a newcomer in the program and in link with inclusiveness, time was too short to connect with advanced.
Yes, I think that now we are repeating some questions, Daniel. Yeah. They start to get repeated. Well, as I said, now we are in the process of developing the next work program. So we will check with with RTD, of course, and the other, the necessities and the needs for the future. However, this will be considered the need to also repeat this preparatory topic.
Okay, many thanks. The next question has already been dealt with. And for the functional email address, yes, indeed, we'll find a way of sharing this with you very quickly. If we can go now to the next room, please. Okay, Julia, you're around.
Yes, hi.
So what is your perspective on RTO involvement in innovation procurement, since they're involved with but distant from decisive stakeholders?
Yeah, very good question. And Majid just goes into the heart of the problem, that these all actors are very distant. So the one of the key ideas of this topic is to create this co-creation and co-design process where the procurers, whether public or private, are working together with solution providers such as RTOs, and to identify the existing technologies or even underexploited potential of the future technologies. So that would be the vision, and of course RTOs is one of the target groups for this call, or for this topic.
Many thanks, Julia. Here again, nos amis de la Réunion qui cherchent des partenaires. Okay, so that was short. Julia, you have the prize for clarity for the moment for the call. So let's turn now to the next room. And this is Scale Up 0101. So should proposals be sector specific, health, energy, etc., or broader or general? Julia?
Yes, indeed, I can answer this one. It's up to the consortium to decide. In the sense, there is no rule, as you have read already in the topic description. There is no preference neither, in the sense that it depends on the quality of the proposal.
Okay, so you have also already answered the second question. Are there any preferences regarding the profile of the coordinator? So same. Okay. Okay, for the next one, Julia, I think you can take it because we talked about this just before. Which are the
It's
widening countries on the Horizon Europe? Is there any official list?
Yes, indeed, there are official lists. This is actually a general question. I understand, because the same person, Anna, asked also another question later on. Maybe I will take the opportunity to take it later, but yes, you just need to Google it. Actually, there are lists into the regulation for Horizon Europe. So there's nothing special in this topic.
Thank you. Next question is, can a strong region work together with an emerging region in the same country? And then add a third party from another country, or is it minimum 3 countries?
Okay, so the criterion that has been added, there are 2 criteria that have been added to this topic. First, there must be 3 independent legal entities. By legal entities, we don't mean countries. We mean legal entities. These must be established, at least for one, in a moderate, now called emerging for the modest, innovator region, and another one at least in a strong or leader innovator region. So we're speaking about regions. As correctly stated, countries like Spain or Italy have regions that differ very much. You can find within the same member state modest regions, strong regions. Nevertheless, we're not talking only about eligibility criteria. We are also talking about added value and quality of the proposal. So I also advised anonymous questioner to reflect on what is the added value of having 3 regions or 2 regions of the same country when we are aiming at creating more connection between ecosystems across Europe.
Thank you, Julia. So for the next question, is it preferable to have an EU member country as a leader partner, or can we opt for a leader from an associated country like Norway? The answer is yes, because there is no distinction as soon as the legal entity is coming from an associated country. It has the same status than a member state, so there's no difference here. Next question, please. The proposed activities under this call should focus on the experts, mentors, and startups part of the BAS providers that are part of the consortium.
That's actually not correct, in the sense that the activities are not focusing on the people. They're not focusing on experts, mentors. And also now we are bringing together different categories, experts, mentors, and startup. So the activities as they are expected are listed in the topic. I will not read them again, but you will find them in the slides. And they concern sharing business acceleration related practices, knowledge, startups and SMEs, of course, also experts, but this is not the core business as such. We are aiming at providing opportunities to ecosystems in less advanced innovation countries to connect with more advanced innovation countries. So it's not just about exchanging people.
Thank you. So
I hope I understood the question right.
Yeah, I think so. Next question, is it more advisable to include local authorities or innovation agencies as full partners of the consortium, or associated partners is a better status? I think this is up to you, Julia, if you want to comment about this.
No, there is no, I mean, advisability. It always depends, as long as it's eligible, and they are, as it is listed in the target. We look for business acceleration service providers, basically. So as long as also these partners that you're mentioning have this capability, there is no preference. It really depends on the quality of the proposal.
Thank you. Next question. Under this call, can the BAS providers be part of the consortium finance? No. Under this call, can the bus providers, part of the consortium, finance startups to go abroad to an acceleration program? Can we give small grants like up to 10K?
No, this is not a cascade funding topic, meaning that there is no financial support to third parties. What is expected to provide is written in the topic and is not about vouchers or cash. It's about services and support.
Thank you. Next question. What role are innovation agencies expected to carry out in this call?
Innovation agencies, they are not preferred. They are actually, if I'm not mistaken, they're just one of the target group list. So innovation agencies, as well as business clubs and next or regional public authorities, educational institutions, it depends on the innovation agency. There is no size fits all. So it really depends on the proposal, the role that they can carry out.
Thank you, Julia. So next question. According to eligibility conditions, legal entities from widening countries may not be part of applicant consortium, but can be involved in approved projects. I think this answer is not very clear.
No, actually, it's not correct. If you read carefully the eligibility conditions I'm reading now, legal entities established in widening countries may join already selected actions subject to the agreement of the respective consortium and provided that legal entities from such countries are not yet participating in it. That means that, of course, widening countries are actually the target group of this action. So they should be already included. Should they not be, and later on, once the grant has been signed, and there are no participants from widening countries yet in the consortium, be found an agreement with such extra partners, then we can discuss it. But it's exact opposite. We are looking for them. We're not excluding them. We are giving them an extra opportunity to join later.
Thank you, Julia. A question about the recording of the info day and the slides. Yes, they will be made available to the participants, but I mean to anyone, by the way. Are costs for protection of results covering IP costs for universities, transferring patent rights to startups? Are the startups their own IP also eligible?
That's a question I honestly have difficulties to relate with the topic, in the sense that we are not suggesting such a thing. We're not suggesting to transfer patent rights from a startup to another one. We are suggesting to create an ecosystem that connects them and supports them. So should that be part of the proposal? We'll carefully check whether such costs are eligible or not. In general, there are eligibility rules available already online for Horizon Europe. We are not going to deviate from them, but
Okay.
I don't see really the point in this activity.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, of course, IP is important and usually the cost related to IP, but here I would say that's not the purpose of this action to transfer patents. So, I mean, basically it's not ineligible as such, but we have to look about the connection of these costs with the action itself. Next question, could industrial clusters that provide business acceleration activities be eligible?
So the point I understand for you is whether the industrial cluster in itself can be considered as a legal entity and become eligible. That depends whether the cluster has this condition. So how the cluster will be presented. If that can be considered as a legal entity for any reason, then that might become eligible. The area is not a problem. Health is perfectly fine as any other vertical. It really depends on whether they can be considered legal entities.
Okay, thank you. Then a question, which approach could be more valued, a region to region or general approach?
Well, again, the evaluation method is it's something that depends. Of course, there is an official one, but also it depends on what is proposed. the idea is indeed to work at a region-to-region level. That's why we are referring to the Regional Innovation Scoreboard. So it's really up to you to decide if region to region means region to region in the same country, region to region in different countries, and what is the added value as compared to the expected outcomes.
Okay, thank you. Next question, should projects be more policy oriented, meaning stakeholders to design a future program or implementation of business acceleration services, or more service oriented, e.g. pilot voucher scheme?
Okay, so what we have already clarified is that we are not giving vouchers in this scheme, in this action, because we are providing services. Here, I would say, but that's my personal view of it. I think it's more a policy-oriented topic in the sense that we're aiming at creating an exchange between these regions. But again, as long as the project is compliant with the description in the topic and has a clear added value, I don't think there is any project advisor that can tell you this is better, this is worse.
Okay, thank you. Next question, what is expected from a platform mentioned in the call text?
Normally, platforms like these are online platforms in broad terms, in the sense that there are several examples already available of one-stop shop platforms where you can find all the information required.
Okay. Next question, are SMEs providing business acceleration to startups eligible for this call?
The point is we are targeting business acceleration providers. If your SME is a business acceleration provider because it has such service, then it can become eligible. It depends on whether it is or not part of the core activities.
Okay, thank you. What is expected from exchange of startups?
You will have to help me find it in the specific line, because as it is extrapolated from its context, it's very difficult to answer. But you can post this question or send it to us via the functional email that will be shown in a minute.
Okay, thank you. And last question, could you inform our participants that the outermost regions are now widening partners? I think yes, we can confirm. So that's yes, the answer is yes. And I don't think it's now, but I'm not an expert about widening. So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay, I think we are now through with this room. Many thanks, very good questions. And I'm now pleased to turn to Scale Up 0102. And for this, I need Chiara around.
I'm here, Daniel.
Excellent. So I'm reading the first question. Should pan-European research and technology infrastructures be labeled as ERIC RE, or are I funded by the EC? Is it okay? Chiara, did you get it?
Yes, indeed. So the definition of pan-European research and technology infrastructure in the context of this call is provided in the topic text. I'll briefly read it out. It's as described by the high-level expert group to assess the progress of ESFRI and other world-class research infrastructures towards implementation and long-term sustainability in their report, supporting the transformative impact of research infrastructures on European research, and it's Annex 3, which has the list.
Okay. Attention Eric, le display a sauté. No, you have to go back to exactly this one. Okay. What is the role of the pan-European research and technology infrastructure participating as partner in the consortium?
This is not prescribed in the topic text, so there's no legal restriction on what the role should be. I think logically, of course, it will depend somewhat on the design of a proposal, but one would imagine that they would be pretty key, certainly at least in designing a means to stimulate the development of such ecosystems around them. But there isn't a legal restriction.
And I think it's a bit the same for the next question. Can these technological areas be industrial sectors?
It depends a little bit on what your definition of industrial sector is, but I think if you look at and read the text of the scope, it says it's piloting innovation ecosystems around diverse technological areas related to pan-European research and technology infrastructures. So the important thing here is showing how they specifically relate, whatever sectors it is, how they relate to the research infrastructures.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Definition of deep tech in the EU Commission understanding would be helpful as its limits are quite blurred depending on where you come from.
So indeed, I agree that it would be quite helpful, and that's why it's included in the topic text. It was on my slides as well, if you want to have a look. And Natalia read it out because it's the same definition as in Women Tech EU. So I won't read it out again, but it's available on the Funding and Tenders portal when you look at the topic text.
Thank you, Chiara. This will make the life of our applicants much easier. Can the mapping of deep tech opportunities be an activity of the project?
Yes, of course it can. Yeah, it would not, of course, be the entire activity of the project, but if you look at the bullet points in the scope about identifying, assessing feasibility and scalability, suggesting a selection and clustering, and identifying the opportunities, of course, some sort of mapping would seem to be required for whether an existing or new one, of course, is up to the proposers. But yes, it would seem to be required.
Okay. Can a proposal be based on a project that already received funding from another Horizon 2020 initiative? Here, I think we can say yes, but very careful because there's something we don't like at all, which is double funding. So don't start to mess around with different projects having common activities. Chiara, is it okay as an answer? We can go to the next one. Okay.
Absolutely perfect, Daniel.
What is understood as 3 to 5 different technological areas? Could you give an example of a technological area to understand the scope?
So
Example.
I think I gave an example during my presentation by referring back to the previous project, that the Horizon 2020 project that this is based on, which was the detection and imaging example. As I mentioned when I responded to the question about industrial sectors, I think the key thing is to have technological areas that are related to the activities of research and technology infrastructures in Europe.
Okay. Next question is, are all the beneficiaries supposed to provide financial support to third parties, or should it be just one actor, a partner or a leader? I mean, maybe just as an introduction, then you can complement Chiara. The answer is no, not all the beneficiaries are supposed to provide financial support to third parties. This is a question of internal organization within the consortium, and I mean, almost all the schemes are possible. Chiara, is it okay for you as answer?
Yes, perfect. Thanks, Daniel.
Okay, next one is what size consortium should we aim for?
So there is a minimum requirement in the general annexes of Horizon Europe. I think it's General Annex B, but it is definitely linked in the text on the Funding and Tenders portal that there has to be at least one legal entity from a member state and at least 2 other legal entities from different member states or associated countries. So the minimum size is 3, and beyond that, it is an internal matter for the consortium to decide how they want to organize themselves.
Thank you. Next question, are the pan-European infrastructures considered beneficiaries of funding as well?
That will depend on the role in an individual proposal. That is for the consortium to decide amongst themselves, depending on the role.
Okay, thank you. Next one is, should the consortium have one of the RIs included in the report of the high-level expert group to assess the progress of S3 and other world class? Did you get it?
Yes, this is exactly the report that is mentioned in the annexes to provide the definition of pan-European research infrastructures in the context of this call. So yes, it's correct, and it's in the topic text.
Thank you. Apparently the last question, how do you envisage the role of authorities in the consortium? And is an active role in a consortium more favorable or more supportive role from the sideline?
So I think this question might be intended for a different topic that has national authorities or public authorities as a suggested target group, but I think the answer would be the same. In any case, certainly if it is supposed to mean research infrastructures, it's that it is up to the consortium to decide on the role that they see for the authorities. But I think perhaps if the person meant the question for a different topic, they could add it to the correct topic and we can answer it in the written FAQs.
Okay, many thanks, Chiara. Thanks for all the answers. And now we are pleased to turn to the last room about the specific calls. And it seems now that as it's 12:15, that this dessert is now transformed into a starter. Please, Natalia, you ready? So I will read out the first question. Is there any flexibility for startups established less than 6 months before the submission deadline, e.g. a company created new startup focused on new DTEP product?
I mentioned this already, and I'm very sorry we cannot make any exceptions. This is an eligibility criteria clearly mentioned in the work program. So only startups that were registered on or before 10th of May can apply. So in order to treat equally and fairly all applicants, we cannot make any exceptions to anyone. I'm sorry.
Okay, many thanks. Klipp und klar, comme on dit en allemand, like we say in German. Does the applicant need to be a specific company type? Can a philanthropic foundation where DPECT FinTech is the core innovation of the business apply?
I see that this question was asked before I gave my presentation. So as I mentioned, this call applies only to startups. And the startup definition is that the startup should be understood under Horizon Europe as an SME in the early stage of its life cycle, including those that are created as spin-offs from university research activities, which aims to find innovative solutions and scalable business models. So I think this is the crucial part. I'm not sure if scalable business models would apply to philanthropic foundation. So I can still check it.
Thank you, Natalia. Klipp und klar. I think if it's as precise in the call text, I think it will be valuable. And the answer here is rather no. Could you repeat again the 3 criteria you follow to consider that a startup is an early stage startup definition? I cannot find this on the topic text.
And I also saw below there was another question on the early stage, so maybe I will just introduce a little bit this criterion. So the idea of the Women Tech EU, and also it's clearly mentioned in the work program, is that it comes in principle, it should intervene earlier than the EIC accelerator or the EIC calls. So we want with this call to support companies at the earliest formative stage. This is a new call. Indeed, the early stage was not defined in any European and EU documents, and there is no general definition of the early stage. However, while we kept on receiving questions on what did you mean by the early stage, we came with this definition, which I will repeat again. Please note that this is a definition which you have to understand on an indicative basis. It's only for the needs of this call, and these are not exclusion criteria. We came with this very broad and general definition, which will help you and us and experts to understand what is the early stage. So in principle, there is no doubt that early stage refers to everything what is about the development of the company, and it concerns the activity before the startups starts rapid growth. And as I mentioned, on an indicative basis, for the purpose of the Women Tech EU topic, we would consider, amongst others, the following criteria to define an early stage startups. Startups that have been established and operating for not more than 6 years, startups that have raised limited funding up to 1 million euro, and startups before reaching a high fidelity MVP, minimum viable product. So in principle, it concerns to all activities relating to between, I'd say, proof of concept and reaching a high fidelity MVP. Once you are in the high fidelity MVP stage, you are close to reaching this growth phase. And the limited funding condition, as I mentioned before, the Women Tech EU should intervene, or the the idea in principle, it is intervening before you can apply for the EIC accelerator. So we were analyzing at what stage the companies who apply for the EIC accelerator are, and thus we came with this condition as well. However, please notice that this is not an exclusion criteria. This is not only an indicative basis to understand where you should more or less be. I hope it's clear.
Okay, thank you. What kind of activities are eligible for founding in this call?
I also mentioned this before. You are free to decide and indicate which activities needed to grow up your business are the most needed, urgent in this moment in your startup. So, so we don't have any limit here. Any activities that relate to grow up, develop your business.
Okay, thank you. So I think you are partially answered to the next question. Basically, is there a maximum founding raised, for instance? I think it's open, but Natalia?
So this is what I just explained. This is not included in the call. We had to come with this definition as we kept on receiving questions, and we believe this is a very broad and general definition of an early stage startup.
Okay.
Which and also early stage startups or startup before they apply for EIC accelerator.
Okay. The next one is limits the women in tech to deep tech does not seem very inclusive. What are the limits definition for deep tech?
So you already heard the definition of the deep tech, and why did we propose to support only deep tech startups under Women Tech EU? First of all, and like mostly because the gender balance in the deep tech area is extremely striking, and thus we concluded that this is the area where we want to support women-led startup first. But if this call is being continued, repeated in the future, which is unknown yet, it may be, we don't know it, but if it is the case, we may align this definition. For a moment, it's only deep tech because we believe that the difference, that the gender gap is the biggest in this concrete area.
Thank you, Natalia. And the next question is, as I understand, only this call addresses directly to startups. The others are suitable for organizations interested in offering it as cascade founding. So indeed, this is correct. This is the unique call which addresses directly to SMEs. And the others are for intermediate organizations, essentially. I mean, it's not limited this in the eligibility criteria, but for some calls. And here the cascade founding should be applied only when it's specifically mentioned, and we have two calls in this presented in this very morning. So I think this is all for Women Tech EU. Thanks a lot, Natalia. And there are still 7 questions in the general part, but I would suggest that we are keeping this for the afternoon Q&A session, because now I see the number of participants has shrunk. We have 100 less, so apparently it's lunchtime at a European level. So you see here, by the way, in this thank you slide, the EISMEA EU ecosystems functional mailbox address you can use. And in case you have some FAQs which could interest other applicants, don't hesitate to post them on the call related page. So let me thank you this morning, all our call coordinators, for this very compact format and very intense information. And I thank you all for your participation, and I'm looking forward to see you this afternoon for very important technical sessions, which for sure will highly improve the quality of your applications. So we meet again at 2 o'clock. Et bon appétit, chers participants. À tout à l'heure.
That's a very flexible tool, and please use it. Next slide, please. Now, this is, I would not read out this whole text because you have seen it already. You will see it on top of the part B of your proposal, the template. and it shows you the various steps you go through in the process, and the main two parts your proposal is composed of. You have the part A, which is filled in and filled in by you through a wizard, online wizard we use. So the web forms you fill in, and so the system will take on board all your entries. And there is a part B, which you will fill in this template I was just talking about, and then upload. There's a button in your application screen. Then the particularity here is because we have so many lump sum projects here, is that we have, I think, 3 or 4 of them, is that we haven't yet integrated the insertion of the budget numbers in our submission and evaluation system, which means that for the moment, for the lump sum actions, you need to upload a detailed budget table. And this is so because we'd like to see how you split the budget amongst the beneficiaries and work packages. Although indeed for the lump sums later on, we are focusing on the results, not on the how you use the budget, but at least for the evaluation part, we need to know how you allocate your resources. The steps I told you, I mean, I will not repeat them, but it's very well explained on the online wizard once you're started your application. Next slide, please. Now, again, very important point. I say that it seems obvious, but you need to read in detail the work program and all the other related documents. And you don't have to read it only, you have to reread it. We realized, because we had many questions in the morning session, where my colleagues needed to basically spell out things that were already that are written in the work programs. So really take your time and read carefully the instructions and the guidance. We would like to know in your proposal what your specific contribution is. So for that, you have to know the work program. You don't have to, the work program, which also includes the destinations, we call them. For example, under the European Innovation Ecosystems, we have the Connect part and the Scale Up part, also the SME part, but today we talk only about Connect and Scale Up. And so you need to know the political background for this in order to be able to know how to contribute best with your project concretely to the overall program. A good guidance actually is when you go to your proposal template, there are some sub-questions and criteria you can use. Very useful, and the excellence impact implementation part. That should be your red thread when you prepare your proposal. There are, don't forget, important further background documents sometimes that are not, possibly visible immediately. But if you go further down on the call page, you might see that there are some requirements that are needed and explained, some guidelines, some rules. For example, the Women Tech EU has a speciality, for example, that you have to use a video in an application form, which is, let's say, rather unusual for an EIC Horizon Europe program. So be careful with these specific requirements. Next step, please. Next slide. The preparation is key, and for that you can ask from applicants, obviously, experienced applicants from the EIC 2020, Horizon 2020 program, but there are multiple publicly funded organizations and networks that you can use, you should use, including the Enterprise Europe Network and the national contact points, both available in your region, if not even in your city sometimes. So please check out those links, so you can click on the slide once you get the PowerPoint presentation. Then we had some requests for right partner search. Well, this info day is not the right moment to do that. Obviously, you can use the networks that I just talked about, but you can also use the partner search database that is actually mentioned on your call page. At the bottom, there's a section where you can see how many organizations are looking for offering or requesting participation or participations. And you should have a look. There could be some interesting stakeholders you might be that you might have to have on your on board in your application. And then you can also ask any question, obviously, to us. We'll never respond bilaterally due to competition, obviously competition reasons, but you can ask the question and the answers will be given latest a few days later on the FAQ section of the portal. If they're related to a specific topic, you will see them mirrored on the call page. So you see them in two places, basically. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. Right. So you have to be nice to the evaluators and you have to be nice to the colleagues. And that does not mean that you can be in touch with them. Obviously, this is strictly forbidden in our, in our procedures. But we would like you to try to feel like an evaluator who has to read many dozens of pages, so that's why it's so important to look at the templates, not only of your proposal, but you have the luck on the call page. You can see actually the evaluation templates for the evaluators. So that's exactly what the evaluators will see. You see. So you can actually really try to go and use their shoes and try to understand what basis you will be judged. Then there is a famous question of the number of maximum pages, and it's not a trivial question because not only because the evaluators will be tortured if you send too many pages, but because we're very strict on that, any excess pages will be watermarked and disregarded by the evaluators. And you should not underestimate this requirement. We have only 30, 45 pages, depending on the call. For the Women Tech call, you have only 10 pages. And you will see the pages go quickly and you will reach the limit quite easily. So try to be really to the point, write in a reader-friendly manner. If you use charts and images, including Gantt charts, yes, you can do that if it makes your proposal more reader-friendly, but don't do it just to have some flashy colors in the application. Doesn't make a good impression. And then we would also like you to think about the ethics requirements, because as you know, Horizon Europe has ethics requirements to check. We have evaluators, they check that. And mostly in this kind of projects from the ecosystems and from the EIC, we have issues in relation to personal data management and treatment. Have a look. There are questions in the proposal form. You will answer, and you can even do a self-assessment. Next slide, please. Now, on the 3 criteria, which is basically the Bible of the Horizon Europe evaluation, on this basis, we will judge you. For the excellence part, really try to see what is the relation of your particular project to the core topic. What is your specific contribution? In marketing terms, what's the specific value proposition of your project to the overall strategy of the EU and to the work program in particular, or the destination in the case of the European Innovation Ecosystems program. It's not enough to be good. It's nice to be good, but it's not enough. But we can tell you from experience, well, first of all, there's a threshold. Normally, if you have 3 times 5 points in each criterion, that's nice, that's good. But unfortunately, you are below the threshold. 10 is the minimum. And for that, and not only for that reason, because often you need much more than the threshold to be on the main list to be considered for funding. These calls are highly competitive, not only for the EIC program with its very high innovative projects, but also in our calls. So the clearer you are, the more pertinent you are in your project objectives, the better you explain the methodology of your support actions, the better it is for the quality, for the final score of your proposal. Next slide, please. Coming to impact, which is the core basically, because we want to have results obviously from Horizon Europe. There are the KPIs, the key performance indicators, mentioned sometimes in the call texts as concrete, measurable numbers. I think what is also important is that you make sure that you explain to us to what extent your project is sustainable in the long run, because we don't want only projects that use the funding and once the project is over, then everybody forgets about it. So there needs to be a follow-up, ideally even a business plan, how you can, if there's any business model you can continue in the long run. You see a little bit of logic in this little circle, the cycle of the Horizon Europe cycle, where we design something at very high level here in the European Union. We have tried to implement it through the work programs, and then by awarding the projects and monitoring your impact, we give policy feedback, and we are closing the loop for the policy design. So this is the keyword when we talk about pathways. You're looking for the credibility of your project to achieve the outcomes, the policy outcomes we would like to have in the end, and your particular contribution to it. And also, what are the means, what are the activities you will do to maximize the efficiency of these pathways, to maximize the outcome and the impact, and how to overcome obstacles. There's a whole section you'll see in your proposal where you have to explain the risks and the risk mitigation measures, for example. And then a big buzzword, but it's still important: synergy. We're looking, because there are so many EU funds, there, and we are looking to see how we can bring projects together, also from other programs, and what the long-term impact is. Talking about 1 to 5 years after the project. In the next slide, please, you will see we have tried to put a little bit a frame on that to understand what we mean with these pathways. How can your concrete project be, help the overall policy objective? And if you look at here at an example, at the strategic plan level, so really high policy level, let's imagine we are looking for seamless, smart, and sustainable mobility services with the help of digital technologies. Now, we're trying to make this more concrete by setting up work programs, biannual work programs, for example, where we focus on air services, for example, so the aircraft, the airport sector. And then with the particular project, in regards to impact, for example, your project could strive to achieve 15% more passenger capacity in European airports, for example. That could be one element. And here you see how one particular project can contribute very concretely to the rather general strategic level. So please keep always this chart in mind when thinking about your project. Next slide, please. And this is the implementation part. Also very important criterion, where we look at the work plan, obviously, how you put together your activities. I mentioned already the risks assessment and the mitigation measures. And then we would like to see how you distribute, allocate the resources to the various work packages and beneficiaries, even for the lump sum project. So don't think, because it's a lump sum, that you basically only have to focus on your proposal on the results, which is important, but would like to see how efficiently, or what you plan to, how to use the budget and the resources, so the human resources you use. Would like to see how each beneficiary can be part of the whole and be an efficient element. How can they chip in their best skills, and how can the overall consortium, have an efficient resource allocation? Take this budget planning very seriously, because very often staff costs are very error prone. So we get, if there are audits, often the negative audits, then negative results, they are related to staff wrongly or badly calculated staff costs. There's enough guidance there on the web on how to do this, staff cost calculation, the resources calculation. And there's also actually a cost wizard, personal cost wizard. I think the current version is still H2020. It's online, you can Google it. And I think the new version is upcoming. Yeah, some actions I mentioned, and I also encourage you concerning the implementation to have this consortium agreement in case you are not a mono beneficiary, because first of all, it's a high, basically recommendation, strong recommendation, I'd say, and then also it will help you organize your rights and obligations, and what you expect from each other. Next slide, please. I think there should be the last slide. Again, this is very important. In the past, under FP7, the former work program, there was some room for maneuver to discuss with the awarded projects whether you can improve the project. And in principle, of course, that's would be ideal, but of course we would like to see and judge your proposal on what we see and what the evaluators will get. So there is the principle of no negotiation, and only in exceptional cases we can, if there are some clerical errors or for specific calls, there might be some exceptions. But in principle, no real improvements can be made in the grant preparation. Apart from here and there might be a recommendation. There might be, something that the evaluators have mentioned that you would like to that the EU officer might ask you to change, but this is rather exceptional. And for many of the EISMEA calls, the 3 criteria I just talked about have the same weight. So don't think I'll focus on the impact only because it's very important and we want results, but the other 2 are also important. So please don't underestimate the 3 criteria. Also, don't be overambitious. Really try to do what you can do. Of course, you make the evaluators also dream a little bit, and they want to see ambitious products, but stay realistic and do that in your proposal. Finally, I would like to make sure that you have enough, if you have a question, that you come back to us through the online manual, through the how-to section of the portal, and then there is enough. There are enough functional email addresses that you can contact when you have a question on your particular topic, including the research inquiry service. Thanks for your attention, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you, Eic. So let me just remind you the Slido reference for the questions. So it's #innovation 2021 altogether. And I wanted just to provide some little comments about what Eic just said, a little correction, because it's not us evaluating, it's external experts. I think it's quite important to underline. And of course, the idea of not being able to change the proposals after the evaluation is related to the evaluation process for making sure that everybody's on the equal foot. Eic also addressed the competitive level of our calls. I mean, maybe this was an extreme case, but for the last InnoSup 1 call, we had a success rate of 3%. So indeed, excellence is quite an important element. And for us, the impact is really important. So Eic just said that sometimes all criteria have the same weighting, but we are really looking strongly onto the impact. And not to underestimate is the general principle of sustainability. This is also quite important because this will also show the efficiency of these actions. And the last little hint is about the consortium. I think indeed it's depending on the amounts of the projects that it's recommended to have in a consortium agreement. And I give you one little tip in case you are willing to work with other partners. Make a little flyer like this, you present the project and you explain the roles of all the partners as if it would be for the end user. And by doing this, you will sort out all the questions or all the tricky aspects that probably you wouldn't have spotted. This is a little personal tip. So thanks a lot, Eic. It was very interesting. And now I'm happy to invite Bénédicte Charbonnel to take the floor. Bénédicte Charbonnel is working in DG R&I. She has been working on lump sum scheme since a couple of years now, I think. And so I'm very pleased to have her with us, a real expert in lump sums. Bénédicte, you have the floor.
Thank you, Daniel. Good afternoon to everybody. So indeed, I'm working in the Directorate General of the Commission for Research and Innovation, and I'm working on in the service that is in charge of the implementation of the program, and more specifically on the issue of lump sum. So today I will present you the scheme of lump sum. We can go to the next slide. Because there is a couple of topics under the EIE work programs that are using lump sums. So those topics, you see them now in the screen. So the first question is how to know if my topics use lump sum funding or not. For that, you need to go to the funding and tenders portal on the topic page for your specific topic. And you will see, this is the pictures I put on this slide in the bottom, that when a topic uses lump sum funding, it is written that the type of MGA means Model Grant Agreement, is the Horizon Lump Sum Grant. And you will see also in the section about the specificities of your topic that there is a subsection called Legal and Financial Setup of the grant. And here you will see that it's written eligible costs will take the form of a lump sum. So if you have spotted that, it means that your topic is using lump sum funding. Now the question is what it is all about. So we can go to the next slide. Why do we use lump sum funding? There is two main idea behind using this new way of funding the project. It's because we know that even if we have already simplified the access to the EU research program, the funding, the traditional way of funding that is based on the reimbursement of the costs that are incurred is a bit complex and there are still errors. With lump sum project, we want to remove all the obligations related to the reporting of the actual costs and the financial ex post audits. So we want to reduce the errors and we want also to simplify and reduce the administrative burden. Therefore, with our lump sum funding scheme, we want to shift a bit the focus from not focus that much on the financial management of the project, but more focus on the scientific and technical content of the projects. We can go to next slide. So what are these about? How does it work? What are the basic principles? And how do we fix this amount of the lump sum? There is a methodology that has been developed by the European Commission and that explains how to determine the amount of the lump sum. So for all the topics under the EIE work program, it is your duty as applicant to propose to the Commission the amount of the lump sum you want for implementing your project. This amount must be an approximation of your underlying actual cost. So you will find the link to this methodology, this commission decision in the slide. I put the link, but it's also on the topic page of the topics that are using lump sum in the funding and tenders portal. And what happens is that you propose as applicant the amount of the lump sum and the evaluators look at it during the evaluation. And after evaluation, if your proposal is successful, the lump sum will be fixed during the grant preparation. So that's why at the proposal stage, and it's something that Eic already mentioned, if your topic is a lump sum one, we ask you to provide a detailed estimation of costs and the split of your lump sum per work package and beneficiary. And this is done via an Excel workbook, this Excel template that we mentioned already today. During the evaluation, the experts will have a careful look at these cost details, and they will make recommendation in case what you have proposed is not totally accurate. So for example, experts can say, okay, this project is excellent. Only for the work package one, the applicants say that they need whatever amount of resources for travels.
in comparison to what they describe in their proposals, that's a bit too much. So experts can propose to decrease the amount for this specific category, and therefore the total amount of the lump sum will be decreased. Experts can also recommend to reallocate budget from one work package to another, or from one beneficiary to another. So following the recommendation of the experts, and something important to know is that the evaluation panel will include experts that have expertise of project management or financial issues. So based on this recommendation, the final amount of the lump sum will be fixed during the grant preparation. We can go to next slide. So what is good about the lump sum funding scheme is that as much as possible, the rules and the way the scheme is working is following the standard approach, the approach that many of you probably know already, of the reimbursement of actual costs. So it's mean that we have the same evaluation criteria: excellence, impact, and implementation. The only difference is that under implementation, the expert will also evaluate the detailed estimation of costs, this Excel workbook. But otherwise, the criteria is the same, and this part B template that you will use to present the narrative part of your proposal is similar as for other type of projects. The pre-financing and the payment schemes are the same, and the reporting periods and the technical reporting obligation are similar as what is existing for actual cost grant. Only the key specificity is that under the lump sum funding scheme, we focus on the completion of work packages. What does that mean? It means that in the grant agreement, we fix not only the total amount of the lump share, but also the amount of the lump share per work package and per beneficiary. And this amount is paid when all the activities of all the participants in a given work package are completed. So we don't look at the cost, we don't ask you for bills or anything, but at reporting moment, we will ask you to show that the activities of all participants involved in work packages are completed, and then we will pay. Something important to keep in mind is that the payment does not depend on the successful outcome, but on the completion of activities. It means that we know that we are in the research and innovation world, and that even if your project has an objective to achieve something, sometimes things are going differently, and the results you really wanted to achieve is not achieved. But if you have done everything that you plan to do in the proposal, if you have completed all these activities, you will be paid. We can go to the next slide. And now I will present you a brief overview of the model grant agreement for lump sum projects. Why is this important? It's because if you understand well how this scheme works, it will be way easier for you to structure your proposal in a way that it will be matching what is required and how the project will evolve if your proposal is successful. So I will briefly go through the model grant agreement, and at the really end of my presentation, I will come back to the submission of the project, and we will have together a closer look at this Excel workbook you have to fill at proposal. But first, the lump sum model grant agreement. We can go to the next slide. And I think you can click once more because there is some text appearing on the slide. So this is basically how is looking like the budget table, what is called the Annex 2, in a lump sum project grant. So as you can see, it's a bit different from what you have in other projects that are using the actual cost, because here we have really the total amount of the lump sum, here at 3 million euros, that is divided between the beneficiaries. So here we have 4 beneficiaries, and the work packages, here we have 8 of them. So you can see that for each work packages, we have either all the beneficiaries or some of them involved, and for a different amount of the lump sum. We can go to next slide. So something really important to keep in mind is the consortium. I told you that in a lump sum project, we look at the costs at the beginning. We look at the cost at the moment of the evaluation. Expert assess if it makes sense or not. But after the moment the grant is signed, the amount of the lump sum is fixed and we don't touch about it any longer. We don't look at the costs that are actually incurred. This is not relevant. However, something that is really relevant is who does what. As I told you, work packages will be paid upon completion of activities by all the beneficiaries involved in a work package. It means that in the grant agreement, but it needs to be already there at the moment you write your proposals, we need exactly to know who will be doing what in the project. That's why affiliated entities and associated partners must be named, and that the description of the action, so your proposal and later the description of the action if your grant if your project is selected, really must detail the tasks that are attributed to everybody, to each beneficiary, to each affiliated entity, to each associated partner, and which tasks are going to be subcontracted. This is really important to know because we will have to assess if each participant has completed the activities assigned to him. So here, and this is a tip for writing your proposal, be precise about who does what. We can go to the next slide. As you probably understood already, the key concept in a lump sum proposal and lump sum project is the notion of work package, as we are paying upon completion of work package. Therefore, you need to think carefully at the moment you are writing your proposal about the distribution of work packages. What we used to say is that you need as many work packages as needed, but not more than what is manageable. And why do we say that? Because as you understood, we pay the amount of the lump sum when the activities of the work package are completed. So we could think, okay, maybe let's have a lot of small work packages so that they will be faster completed and we will be faster paid for those work packages. However, the work plan of your project needs to make sense. It needs to be well organized and it needs to be manageable. So that's why we say that a single activity or a single task should not consist of should not be a work package, neither a percentage of progress of work or a lapse of time. Generally, that's not a work package. The work package is really a big division of your project. However, and I will nuance a bit what I just said, we know that in a lot of projects, there are work packages that are supposed to take place for the entire duration of the project. That can be the case of the management work package. If you have a work package about communication, about dissemination and exploitation, generally those activities are taking place for the entire duration of the project. So therefore, for these specific horizontal work packages, you could have a different approach, and if you think it makes sense for your project, decide to divide them. For example, work package management 1 for the first half of the project and work package management 2 for the second half of the project. This is, I would say, the only exception to what is written in the slide. And here, I told you already that it's important that your proposal describe precisely who will do what, but of course, it's also important that it's describing precisely what activities are covered in each work package. Because that reporting, you will have to say if the work package is complete or not. The commission will assess it, the agency will assess it. You need to be precise because if your proposal is really wide and really general, it will be really difficult to assess if your work packages are completed or not. We can go to the next slide. This is something just for you to know that even if the amount of the lump sum is fixed in the grant at the moment of the signature, it's still possible to make budget transfers between work packages or between partners, because of course that's the life of the project and budget transfers can be needed. Only they need to be not already completed and declared and paid work packages, and all those transfers need to be justified by the technical or scientific implementation of the action. But that's not the most important thing to keep in mind at the moment where you are writing your proposal. We can go to the next slide. And here we will focus a bit on payment and reporting. So that's important it would really illustrate how this concept of paying upon completion of activities is working in practice. So as I told you, the type of payments are the same as for grants that is using the reimbursement of actual costs. There is a pre-financing at the beginning, where the coordinator distributes the amount between the members of the consortium. Then there is interim payment, one or more, depending on your project. And here we will pay the shares of the lump sum that are corresponding to the completed and approved work packages. And at the end of the project, there will be the payment of the balance. And here the general rule is that if some work packages remain uncompleted at the end of the action, they will not be paid. But exceptionally, and upon assessment by the project officer, partial work packages could be potentially partially paid. Then we can go to the next slide, where you will have okay, here a fictive budget table for a lump sum project. And this is what will happen at the end of a reporting period. So we are at the end of the reporting period. The consortium start to prepare its technical report, and also have to look at the status of each work package. So here on this example, you can see that for example, for the work package 1, there is 2 beneficiaries involved, A and C, and they both have completed their activities. On the contrary, in work package 2, 3 beneficiaries are involved. B and D have completed their activities, but C has not completed them yet. So that's the logic. So at the end of the reporting period, the consortium is preparing this status. And then we can go to the next slide. This is assessed by the commission, by the agency. And I think you can click once more so that we will have, yeah, the remaining elements appearing. What will happen here is those work packages that are completed, here work package 1 and work package 3 are going to be paid. The other work packages are either partially completed or not started yet. In the case of work package 5, those will not be paid for the moment, and at the end of the next reporting period, the consortium will have again to assess the status of the work packages. This will be transmitted to the commission, to the agencies that will review this assessment. So that's the logic of the lump sum scheme. And having this in mind, it will help you to structure your proposal in a way that will make the management of the project easier for you. Then we can go to the next slide. So as I told you, we look at the cost at the moment of the evaluation, but no longer after. So we didn't look at the cost at the moment of the reporting. We will no longer neither look at the cost at the moment of check, reviews, and audits. Those check, reviews, and audits, they will not focus on the financial aspects, but they will focus on other aspects, whether it is the proper implementation of the action or the compliance with other obligations of the grants, whether it is a question of intellectual property or the obligation related to third parties, the obligations about dissemination, exploitation, ethics, the visibility of EU fundings, all those elements that are already existing for actual cost grants. This could be subject to checks, reviews, and audits, but no financial audits by the European Commission. And we can go to the next slide, which is as a consequence of the fact that we don't look at the cost. We don't need all those documents that you use normally to prove to justify your cost. So we don't need timesheets. We don't need the pay slips or the contracts of people that are employed in the framework of the project. We don't need the travel invoices for consumables or anything that is proving actual cost. We don't need them. On the contrary, and this is already the case under the General Model Grant Agreement, we need any kind of document that is proving that the work was done as it was detailed in your project. So we would need any kind of technical document, whether it is a laboratory notebook or any kind of technical documents you have for the day-to-day management of your project. It could be publication, prototypes, deliverables. If you organize the conference, that could be the proceedings of that conference, or like really it can be a lot of different documents. If you had communication activities and you produced a flyer, that could be that flyer. Well, all kind of documents that will help to prove that the activities have been implemented and by the partners that were supposed to implement them. So that's it for this brief presentation of the lump sum model grant agreement. And if I still have 5 minutes, I would like to now share my screen and present you a bit this Excel workbook that you will use at the moment of submitting your proposal to present your detailed estimation of costs. So I will try to share the screen now. Hope it will work. I think now it should be okay.
Yes, we see it.
Perfect, thanks. So this is this famous Excel workbook that you will find when you will enter the submission system. You will find the Part B template, the Word document, and you will find this Excel workbook. So when you open it, it's a file with a lot of tabs. Don't get afraid by the number of tabs. Actually, it's not that difficult to fill this Excel, and we have tried to develop it in a way to make it easier for you to present your costs and to establish the amount of your lump sum for your project. So the first page, it's an instruction page. It's not looking too fancy on anything, but please read it carefully because it's really giving you all the keys for filling in the Excel workbook. So please spend 5 minutes reading it. It will save you a lot of time afterwards. Then when you have read the instruction, you can proceed to the BE list, which is the list of beneficiaries. So here I have already pre-filled it with a few beneficiaries, but I will add one beneficiary with you today. So this tab is for entering all the beneficiaries and affiliated entities involved in your proposal. So if I want to add a beneficiary, I just click on this Add Beneficiary tab. I have one more line appearing. I can just write the name of my beneficiary. I have to give him an acronym. I need to say from which country it is from. I will put Italy just randomly, and the funding rate, which is 100%. I can, of course, add as many beneficiary and affiliated entity as I need. And then I need to click on this Apply Changes button. So it's taking a bit of time to process the data, but that's normal. Don't get afraid. And why do we do that? Because we generate one small sheet per beneficiary. Then you have to do the same for the work packages. You need to add as many work packages as you need. So you click on the button Add Work Package. There is one line appearing. You need to put the name of your work package, a small description, and you apply changes. So here again, it's taking a bit of time, but that's completely normal. Just 1 second. Okay, and now it is. And then you can go directly to these tabs that are beneficiary 1, beneficiary 2, beneficiary 3. What are those tables about? I will just make them a bit bigger so that you can see something. Here is where you will be invited to enter all the costs for a given beneficiary. So here it's beneficiary 1 for each work package. So let's say that beneficiary 1 is involved in the work package 1. And for the activities to be implemented in the work package 1, he will need half of a person month of senior scientists whose cost is this amount. And you see you have all the cost categories these are the standard cost categories of Horizon Europe. So you have the personnel costs, and you have the subcontracting cost and the direct purchase cost, and this other cost category. Financial support to third party might be relevant. Those last categories will not be relevant for the EIE topics. So for each beneficiary and each work package, you are invited to fill in the Excel. So if we go to beneficiary 3, which is the one I just created, I can enter data here. So there will be 1 person month of senior scientist, and the cost is 7,000 euro. I just putting random data, and there will be, I don't know, 5 travels. And for an amount, we don't ask you to put the exact amount of a travel, but an estimation. Let's say that each travel will cost 1,000 euros. So we put here 1,000 euro, and so on and so forth. So you need to fill in for each beneficiary and each work package. And then if you click on this lump sum breakdown tab, I will just put it bigger. You have an overview, and this is this famous lump sum breakdown per work package and per beneficiary. So here you have the total amount of the lump sum, that's the total amount of your project. And here you have this share per beneficiary and per work package. So beneficiary 1 is involved in work package 1 for 40,000 euros, and so on and so forth. The other tabs that you have here, you don't have to bother about. Like this summary per work package is just a summary tab of the cost of each work package. You don't have to fill in anything in there. It's filled in automatically by the file. And this will be used mostly by evaluators if they want to have an overview of the cost of each work package. Same for this tab, which is about the person months for each beneficiary under each work package. It's filled in automatically. You don't have to do anything. That's more for the evaluators. The only 2 last tabs that you might need to fill is depreciation cost. If you have equipment, you can calculate the cost for the depreciation through this file. And here we have an any comments tab in case you want to add anything. But basically, what you have to do is read the instruction, enter your beneficiaries, enter your work packages, fill in each individual beneficiary sheet, and then you're done. You have what is required from you, which is a detailed estimation of cost and the split of the lump sum per work package and per beneficiary. That's all what you need. And then you can just upload this file into the submission system through the funding and tenders portal. That's what we are asking from you. Evaluators will look at this. They might propose recommendations during the evaluation. For example, they say beneficiary 1, this is too high, it needs to be decreased by 10,000 euros, let's say. This will be what will be agreed at the end at the moment of the signature of the grant. But that's it. And once the grant is signed, only this information remains important. This will be the budget table in your grant, the grant you will sign. We don't look any longer about all those costs. These are assessed at the moment of the evaluation, and that's it. So I will stop sharing my screen. And we can go back to the slides. I have just 2 slides to conclude. So what is important to remember for you? We can go to the next slide. First, some key documents. So all what I have presented to you today, you will find the information about it in the model grant agreement for lump sum. So all those arrangements of the grant, you will find them explained in the model grant agreement. And this methodology to establish your lump sum, where it is explained which cost categories you have to cover. This is in this decision authorizing the use of lump sum contribution under Horizon Europe program. We will also have frequently asked questions on the funding and tenders portal about lump sum. They are going to be published in the coming days. So that's it. And the last slide, what do I have to keep in mind when preparing my lump sum proposal? Lump sum project fundings remove all obligation on actual cost reporting and financial ex post audits. I think this you understood. The lump sum shares are defined by work package and beneficiary and fixed in the grant agreement. And payment is happening upon completed work packages at the end of the reporting period. So these are the key elements you have to keep in mind when structuring your proposal. And don't forget that the number of work packages should remain reasonable, because it is likely that the proposal that is counting 25 work packages for a project of 2 years will be not really perceived positively by the evaluators, will not feel that it is a really coherent work plan. So that's all from my side. And if you have questions, don't hesitate to put them in Slido, and I will be happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Benedict. This was very clear. So I remind you the hashtag for the Slido for the newcomers or people having joined in a little bit later. So it's #innovation 2021 all together. So this was a very interesting presentation. And by the way, let me also tell you as Commission Services that we are really seeing the benefits of the lump sum approach. So it's really a very interesting tool, and I'm sure that our beneficiaries heard well by hearing that they wouldn't have to live some financial audits. I think this is also quite a reassuring point for our applicants. So thanks a lot, Benedict, and we will see the questions later after the next session, which is about third-party financing. So as I already mentioned today, we've had quite an extensive experience of third-party financing actions in the InnoSup world, especially in the InnoSup 1, which is usually quite big budgets, around 5 million units euro per project. And for this, I'm very pleased to welcome Milena Stoyanova. She's among the very valiant project advisors working on this initiative. Knowing that I think that I have the privilege to have in my team really the world-class experts about EU FSTP. So Milena is one of these. So Milena, over to you for the presentation.
Thank you, Daniel. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. So yes, I'm pleased to be today here with you to share some information and advices with regard to the financial support to third parties, the so-called also cascade funding. Next slide, please. Yes, so I propose that we go through the legal basis first, the articles, the documents that give the possibility for the introducing this financial support to third parties in some of the codes and in some of the code topics. And then I will give you some advices based on the lessons learned from the implementation of the InnoSup 1 project. As Daniel just has mentioned. Yeah, let's start with the legal basis. Maybe first of all, I must mention Article 204 from the financial regulation applicable to the general budget of the Union. This is our Bible actually, and this article already introduces the possibility that in some of the actions implemented under some of the EU work programs, beneficiaries are required or given the possibility to distribute financial support to third parties. Next slide, please. And this possibility is taken into account into the New Horizon Europe work program and its annexes, in particular its Annex B eligibility, which provides the possibility in Horizon Europe that for some codes, specific conditions would allow for financial support to third parties. Going through the topics that we have seen and discussed this morning, we have identified 2 topics that actually give this possibility and even more actually require from beneficiary to apply this financial support to third parties. Both topics are the scaling up deep tech ecosystems, and the other one is the enhancing synergies between EIC and Startup Europe. Next slide, please. So yes, Annex B of the Horizon work program comes to say that applicants must clearly describe in their proposals the objectives in the expected results of this financial support to third parties, and that the following conditions must be fulfilled when describing these objectives and expected results. The costs have to be published widely and to adhere to the EU standards for transparency, equal treatment, conflict of interest. The costs must be published on the portal and on the beneficiaries' websites. They must remain open for at least 2 months. This might be important when you are preparing your proposals, and in particular when you are setting up the timeline of your actions in the proposals. If submission details are changed, if the deadlines are changed in particular, this must be immediately announced, and all registered applicants have to be informed accordingly. This is maybe more for those who would be awarded and will implement the action that they have to know this. Maybe not for the time being, it's not that important. The project must publish the outcome of the course without delays, including description of projects, date of award, duration, and legal name and country. And they must have a clear European dimension. This indeed could be very important when you are preparing already now your proposals. This is all from Annex B to the Horizon Europe Work Program, but it also gives a reference to the annotated model grant agreement, and in particular to 2 articles, Article 6.2d1 and Article 9.4. Here it's important to mention that a pre-draft of this annotated model grant agreement is already available on the EC web pages. I've put the link here for you, so it's really important to consult this document. Next slide, please. When talking about these 2 articles, I propose that we have a deep look into them in the General Model Grant Agreement, which is part of the core documentation. I've seen that on the portal. It's already available to you. I put again a link that you can go and visit and look at the articles relating to the financial support to third parties. Sometimes, of course, depending on the different topics, sometimes the grant agreement could have some technical differences depending on the topic. Some articles could be activated, others deactivated, but in general, the principles relating to the rules relating to the financial support to third parties would be always the same. Yeah, there are 2 articles. So the first one, 6.2d1, is part of Article 6, which is an article relating to the eligible and ineligible costs and contributions. And the other article is Article 9.4, which is part of Article 9, dedicated to the participants involved in the action. Next slide, please. Let's have a look at Article 6.2d1. It's about costs, as we already said. So this article states that costs for providing financial support to third parties are eligible if they are declared as eligible in the core conditions. Here we have already said that there are 2 core topics which allow this financial support to third parties. So costs for financial support to third parties would be eligible only for the topics relating to the deep tech ecosystems and the synergies between EIC and Startup Europe. I mean, from the topics that we are discussing today, of course, there are many other codes that would allow under Horizon financial support to third parties. Costs would be eligible if they fulfill the general eligibility conditions. Here, I invite you to have a look into Article 6.1 of the Model Grant Agreement. It's about the costs that have to be incurred during the action duration, that they have to be necessary, linked to the actions, etc. There are lots of explanation here, so I really invite you to have a look into this article. These costs have to be calculated on the basis of the costs actually incurred. This means that they must be paid by the beneficiaries. You can't here, maybe when preparing your proposal, you can't say, yes, after the action, I will give 10 vouchers to 10 startups. No, everything must happen during the action, has to occur during the action. And of course, costs would be eligible if the support is implemented in accordance with the conditions set out in Annex 1 to the grant agreement. What is Annex 1 to the grant agreement? It's the declaration of action, and actually it comes from the proposal, from the awarded proposal. So it's really important that you set well the conditions in your proposal, because later on, if the project is awarded, it will become Annex 1 to the grant agreement. And when you have to prepare your costs for financial support to third parties, the modalities for financial support to third parties, you have to stick to this, to what you have proposed. You can't make radical changes. Yeah, the conditions in Annex 1, meaning also then in your proposal, they must ensure objective and transparent selection procedures. Next slide, please. Yeah, talking about Annex 1, so what must be included according to the Model Grant Agreement, to this important article of the Model Grant Agreement, what must be included in Annex 1 and therefore in the proposal that you submit for grants, for financial support to third parties that will be distributed in form of grants or similar. When I say similar, very often very often the voucher schemes could be accepted as similar to the grants. So the maximum grant amount of the financial support has to be mentioned. The criteria for calculating the exact amount of the financial support also has to be there. The different types of activity that qualify for financial support on a basis of a closed list. The person or categories of person that would be supported. Here we see the eligibility criteria that you have to set for the financial support to third parties, and the criterion procedures for giving this financial support. Here you will describe the award criteria that you intend to apply if your proposal is awarded. Next slide, please. Yeah, the first bullet from the previous slide referred to a maximum amount of the financial support to third party that has to be mentioned in Annex 1 to the grant agreement and therefore in your proposal. This maximum amount is usually specified in the call. Usually, very often, this maximum grant amount cannot exceed 60,000 euros unless the objective of the action would otherwise be impossible or overly difficult. Let's see concretely in these two core topics that we said would require financial support to third parties. The first one, the scaling up deep tech ecosystems. Here, this maximum grant amount is set to 75,000 euros. This is very important. So the general rule of 60,000 euros does not apply. The maximum grant amount per recipient of financial support to third party would be 75,000 euros. And another very important thing in this call is that at least 60% of the budget must be distributed in the form of grants to third party. He has explicitly said that you can only use the form of grants for this topic. The other topic that is introduces financial support to third parties as well. It's the topic on enhancing synergies between EIC and Startup Europe. You might have already noticed that there is a guidance document available together with the other co-documents on the F&T portal. Here I put again a link because it's really very useful document that would certainly inspire to prepare your proposals. Here also the usual 60,000 euros maximum has been waived. There is no maximum amount. However, please take into account that the guidance document here advises to distribute a financial support to third parties between 30,000 euros and 60,000 euros. This is, of course, an advice, but still it's in the guidance document, so you might wish to take it into consideration. A very important co-requirement here, it's that at least 75% of the total proposed budget must be dedicated to financial support to third parties, prices or vouchers for services. So here you have you have more of the choice between grants, prices, or similars. However, again, the guidance document comes to precise that the voucher possibility seems to be the best for the project's purpose under this topic. Now, something else that is very important again in this co-topic, that it must be, of course, taken into account when preparing proposals, is that the monitoring and management of the financial support to third party has to be ensured by the coordinators. So you might, of course, take it into consideration when preparing the proposal, not to attribute these tasks to other partners of the consortium. There are two approaches for payment. Here, one is directly to pay the financial support to third parties to the startups. And the other approach would be to pay the financial support to third party to directly grant it to identified service provider who would be then providing services to the startups. You have two approaches. I think it's up to you to decide how to design your proposal, but both approaches are possible. Next slide, please. Here maybe one more slide that would be important to add something for Article 6.2 D1. It's about the conditions that have to be set out in Annex 1, but not if you give the financial support in the form of grants or similar, but if you go for prices or similar. You know, here prices are not EU prices. This is something different. It's in this context, it would be just money distributed in the form of financial support to third parties, but more as, let's say, presence, because you can't expect something immediately, something to be given to you in the counterpart of this price. So if you go for prices, which I think would be possible only for topic synergies between EIC and Startup Europe, because as we said, the deep tech ecosystems topic requires that financial support to third parties is only given in form of grants. So if you go for prices under synergies between EIC and Startup Europe, you have to mention in your proposal, it might be appropriate to mention in your proposal, the eligibility and the work criteria for the prices, the amount of the price, and the payment arrangements. Next slide, please. Something still important to be mentioned here is that the cost for providing support to third parties will not be taken into account for the indirect cost fly rate. This means that, you know, the indirect cost is calculated on the basis of the all eligible direct costs, and it amounts to 25% of the eligible direct costs. But when you take this basis of eligible direct costs, you can't include therein the amount for financial support to third parties. The same applies also to subcontracting and to some other cost categories. But you will see this better with some illustrations in the annotated model grant agreement. Next slide, please. Now I come to the second article that was referred to in Annex B of the general annexes to the Horizon Europe Work Program, and this is Article 9.1. 6.4. This is an important article to be taken into account when you start preparing or even thinking about how you will prepare the contracts for the financial support to third parties, because usually between you and the recipients there will be some kind of legal agreement, contract, or you call it as you want. Here it's important to not to forget that the beneficiaries, meaning you as potential beneficiaries, you must ensure that the contractual obligation, your contractual obligations that would apply if your proposals are awarded. So your contractual obligations under Articles 12 referring to conflict of interest, Article 13 relating to the confidentiality and security, Article 14 referring to ethics, 17 to visibility of the action, Article 18 for the specific rules for carrying out actions, 19 information, and 20 very important article about record keeping. They also have to be extended to your third parties. They also have to apply the obligations of these articles must be also applicable to them. And also, you know, the board is mentioned in Article 25. This is an article referring to checks and audits. And the bodies, the mentioned bodies, they're the granting authority, which would be EISMEA, the agency, Olaf, the Court of Auditors. They all have to be given the possibility to exercise their rights also towards the recipients of the financial support to third parties. Next slide, please. I wish to highlight here two more points that you will certainly also find in the annotated module grant agreement. The first one is that the recipients of financial support to third parties are not party to the grant agreement, and therefore they do not need to be listed in the grant agreement, which means that they do not have to be listed, namely in the proposal as well, because especially if you intend to publish calls for vouchers for financial support to third parties, you call it as you want, but then those would be open call suggesting evaluations, then you award your own recipients of financial support to third parties, etc. So of course it's impossible to know who they are, so you can't mention them in the proposal. Of course, you must have a clear idea which would be the categories of persons, legal persons who would be eligible to receive this financial support to third parties. And the second point here I wanted to highlight is about the in-kind support, which is not taken into consideration as sorry, financial support to third parties. Here, I mean, if you transfer, for example, material for free, this is not a financial support to third parties. If you take 10 PCs and give them to a startup, this is not a financial support to third parties. The financial support to third party is based on bank-to-bank transfer. There should be a transfer of money from the beneficiary's bank account to the recipients of financial support to third parties bank account. Next slide, please. And yeah, here, as I said, I wish to give some examples and maybe to mention some best practices that we have applied and that we have learned from our INUSUP 1 projects. The INUSUP 1 projects were projects for cluster facilitated projects for industrial value chains, for new industrial value chains, where our beneficiaries have given and are still giving a considerable amount to SMEs as financial support, direct financial support to third parties. Next slide, please. first, I wish to mention the preparation activities. This could be important for you when you are designing your proposals, because you see that you have to put quite a lot of time sometimes to for the co-preparations. The co-preparations meaning the design of your own programs, how you would distribute the financial support to third parties. If you publish an open call for this financial support to third parties, then you should take into consideration that in Eic 2020 we have been requesting our beneficiaries to come to us with the co-documents, co-announcements approximately 4 weeks before they expect to publish them officially on their website. So this gives you an idea that it takes time to prepare everything. And of course, the cost specifications, they must be online on the day of the publication. Next slide, please. The publication of the call, well, usually the calls in Eic 2020, they were all published on the F&T portal. Here I put the link. You will see all of the calls that have been published and are still published. This could be inspiring again for you and for maybe your future calls for financial support to third parties. And also the co-announcement is also published, of course, on the Actions websites. And the full call details are obviously also published on the project website. Next call, please. Next slide, please. The proposal reception, where we recommend to our Eic 2020 beneficiaries to close the call on a Wednesday in order to allow the help facilities to intervene in case of IT bugs. On receipt, each proposal is expected to receive a acknowledgement of receipts, and usually beneficiaries can't accept late submissions. Of course, those are rules that are quite concrete, so maybe not that much important for the time being. Next slide, please. For the proposal evaluation and selection, the Eic 2020 beneficiaries are advised to evaluate the proposals as submitted. It's better to avoid any negotiations for the amount of financial support that you give. You know, we've seen in one of the calls, it's up to 75,000 euros. In the other, the advised amounts are between 30 and 60,000 euros. So the amount is not that much important that you shouldn't spend too much time to negotiate afterwards what you would pay for, what you would not pay for. The proposals that your future beneficiary of yours, the recipient of financial support to third parties, would send to you should be mature enough to be taken as they are without negotiations. The Eic 2020 beneficiaries evaluate the proposals in light with the criteria laid down in the full code details. That's why I told you it's very important that already in the proposal you have a clear criteria how you would give the financial support to third parties, how you would evaluate the proposals that you will receive, because after that you will put them in the full code details and you have to stick to them. You can't invent something new when the proposals are with you. And in Eic 2020, usually, well, some of the projects are using external experts for the evaluations, but you have to keep in mind that whatever you decide to propose with evaluations with or without external experts, you would be the one who will be responsible for the evaluation. Next slide, please. For the communication with the proposers, well, obviously you will inform the winners, the successful proposals, that they have been selected, but you have also to communicate with the non-successful proposals and to better to give them even feedback why they have not been selected. And all this could take a lot of time, so you have to think about that when you are preparing the timeline of your actions and tasks. And you should, of course, when preparing your course later on, if you word it, to define in advance in the context and to include clearly review redress procedure in order to allow those who are not happy, usually those are the non-successful applicants, to come and to complain, and you should give them a possibility to review their arguments, why they are not happy, etc. Next slide, please. I think that this is my last slide. It's about the management of the budget dedicated to the financial support to third parties in H 2020 projects. You know, depending on what has been foreseen in Annex 1, which, as we already said, Annex 1 will come directly from the successful proposers that we will receive now from you. The beneficiaries you would award the financial support to third parties, meaning for grants or similar, either on an output-based scheme or on an input-based scheme. For the output-based scheme here, we talk about lump sum. This is upon delivery of expected output. If your own beneficiaries of financial support to third parties reach this and this milestone, then you would give them give this and this amount lump sum. Maybe this is a little bit easier with regard to the administrative procedures and number of documents that you would receive from them. The input-based scheme is a reimbursement of actual costs, actually. So it's up to you to decide how to do it. Many projects in H 2020 have privileged the lump sums, the output-based scheme, because it's simplified procedure. But I don't say that. Of course, this is the best. It's up to you to see what suits the best, the design of your ideas. The payment of the financial support to third parties, the costs are eligible if incurred during the action. I think we have already said that when we're talking about Article 6.2 of the model grant agreement. So yes, it's important that everything is paid to the contributing during to your recipients of financial support third parties during the projects. Very important is that EISMEA, the contracting authority, will not have a contractual link with the third parties receiving financial support. So we can't intervene in internal affairs. You have to be very careful how you would establish the rights and obligations in your own contracts with your beneficiaries. Because if there are issues, you will have to deal with them. Yeah, the financial support to third parties, and it has to be closely managed and monitoring during the action in order to avoid any misunderstandings, or in some cases, in case of, for example, multiple calls, if you publish 2 calls for financial support to third parties, it could happen that one SME gets twice a voucher of, let's say, 75,000 euros, and this would not be acceptable. For example, if you are in the context of the topic for deep tech ecosystems, because the maximum that a recipient can take is 75,000 euros. So you have to monitor all this very closely and on a regular basis. That's all from me for today. I think this was my last slide. I would be happy to take questions later on together with the other questions. Please use Slido for that. Thanks a lot.
Yes, many thanks, Milena. So now we turn to the Q&A session. Just one little practical point. I see that there's one raised hand in WebEx, so apologies that we won't be able to take it. Please use only Slido. This is the unique channel. Unfortunately, in a remote situation, this is the way we have to proceed. Before starting with the Q&As, maybe just 2 additional points from my side about FSTP. Indeed, you have seen that there's this important question of maximum amount. But this can be distributed among different calls. In INNOSUP 1, we've seen many calls for third-party financing, where it was a kind of funnel or excellence approach, where we started with a 15,000 voucher, then another one, etc. So this is quite helpful. And now, in case there's still some SMEs around, this is another tip, because usually these third-party financing calls are not so well known. And this is one reason why the beneficiaries have the obligation to publish it in the Founding and Tenders Opportunities portal. And so it means that you as an SME, you can have a look there, because maybe the financing level is a bit less, but at least the competition is much lower. So this is really a good trip if you want to engage as a newcomer into EU founded projects. Okay, so let's start now with the questions. So I start with the first one. Once the lump sum budget is approved, is it possible to make budget transfers between partners within the same work program? Benedict?
Yes, so it's totally possible to have budget transfers, whether they are between partners in the same work packages or between work packages. This is possible. The only thing is that you will have to launch a formal amendment for this, because the agency needs to make sure that this budget transfer will not question the reason that the grant was successful, the project was successful. And of course, you cannot transfer budgets for those work packages that have already been completed, finished, and paid. But that's logical. So yeah, budget transfer are possible. What is not possible is to increase the total amount of the lump sum, because there is a maximum grant amount that is fixed in the grant agreement. But that's also quite logical.
That's a very good point, by the way, Benedict, because indeed we are bound by the requested maximum EU contribution. This means that if the experts judge that your project is excellent, but totally underestimated in terms of budget, they won't be able to recommend to make a higher budget because they cannot exceed the requested maximum grant amount. I think it's an important point. Next question. This is for, okay, who can be the direct FST beneficiaries? I think this is for Startup Europe. Can the service providers receive the FSTP and they provide the services to startups? I mean, here, I think the question is referring to innovation vouchers. So yes, this is totally possible. So basically, it's corresponding to give a big check to the service provider so that he will then implement the services towards the startups. Katalin, do you want to add anything about this?
Yes, perhaps on the who is actually the FSTP. I mean, who is the who is actually the FSTP beneficiary perceived as this case? So as mentioned in the morning, it's basically the digital and deep tech startups, either supported by the EIC or not necessarily. So startups that require scaling up services. So this just to answer this to the first question. And indeed, as you already said, and as it's mentioned also in the guidance document that is published on the Funding and Tenders portal, you have these two options. You either direct the money directly to the startups involved and selected, or through to the service providers. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Are FSTPs only open for participants coming from the participating country in the project, or is it depending on the call or on decision of the beneficiaries? So here the answer is that, of course, at our level, we prefer the third-party calls to be as open as possible. But indeed, it is possible that the consortium members agree to give certain limitations in terms of eligibility based on the geography or even the belonging to certain memberships or whatever. So it can be reduced. So the scope, the geographical scope can be reduced, but of course ourselves here in the Commission but of course the evaluators will have a keen eye on this as well. The most open it goes and the most European minded it is, the better it is. Next question. Lump sum, does it mean that project concerns do not request financial reporting? I think we can say yes, but I prefer to have Benedict, our expert about lump sums, to answer about this.
No, indeed, that the big advantage of this lump sum scheme is that we ask you a bit more details at the moment of submitting your proposal, but once the amount of the lump sum is agreed in the grant, we don't look at the cost, we don't have financial reporting. You will only thing that will be at the moment of the reporting will be, of course, the technical reporting as standard. And for the financial parts, the consortium will have to assess the status of work packages. Are they completed or not? The coordinator of the project will have to enter that in the system. And the system will generate automatically requests for payments. So if you have one work package that is completed and this work package was, I don't know, 100,000 euros, this will be your financial statement for this reporting period, and that's it. So we don't go into any more details. We don't look at the timesheets. We don't look at the invoices. This is not relevant for long-term projects.
Thank you, Benedict. So you see, no financial reporting, and that's great. And it's also speeding up the processing of the closing of the file on our side. Presentations, where and when. I think when will be very soon, and where will be on the EIC website. I don't know if my communication colleagues are around, if they can.
Yes, Daniel, we have the intention to publish them on the innovation ecosystems page, and then we will anyway give follow-up information to the participants.
Okay, so stay tuned on our social media channels. Next question. Is there a set percentage of pre-financing? What is the pre-financing if the pre-financing for a work package that isn't completed afterwards? So, I mean, I think even Benedict addressed also the question of payments, pre-financing, interim and closing. I think there were some general points which are really also interesting for all the projects, even if it's not a lump sum. We are usually working with 80% of pre-financing. And if the pre-financing hasn't been completed afterwards, maybe for this I pass the floor back to Benedict if it's related to lump sums. But I mean, it's a general principle. What we are paying in excess in advance should be reimbursed somehow. Benedict?
Yeah, so, well, just to complete what Daniel said, like the fact that this is lump sum or not lump sum doesn't change much because you always have a pre-financing, and if you cannot justify that you received this pre-financing for the good reason, that will be, you will have to reimburse. So if at the end you have some work packages that are not completed, first thing that you need to do in this case is to contact your project officer, because what I said is that generally a not completed work package will be not paid. There might be exception, but for that it will be assessed on a case-by-case basis by your project officer. So if this is the case, please contact your project officer. And if you didn't complete the work package for a reason that is not a good one, you will have to reimburse the pre-financing if you perceive too much money for what you achieved.
Thank you, Benedict. Next question about Startup Europe. Is it recommended to transfer the FST funding to service partners directly or to the selected SMEs that then will pay the service providers? I mean, this is up to you to think what is better. To my experience, sometimes SMEs are happy to see the money on their bank account. This is sometimes more meaningful than just receiving the services, but this is up to you. I don't know if Katalin, you would like to comment on this one. You're muted. I don't hear you.
No, I was saying that I don't have any other comment. I think it's fine.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Lump sum XLS sheet funding rate is always 100%. Benedict?
So the funding rates depend on the type of action of the topic you're applying to. If I'm not mistaken, all the topics that are using lump sum funding under the EIE work program are coordination and support action. Therefore, the reimbursement, the funding rate is 100%. If it is research and innovation action, it's also 100%. The only case where it can be different is when a project is part of an innovation action topic where the funding rate is 70% for the organization for profits. But the general rule is that for CSS and RIAs, it's 100%. So you just have to choose 100% in the drop-down menu of the Excel file.
Okay, thank you. Next question. How can you find cascade fundings on the FNT tenders, funding and tenders portal? Maybe there's a logical path, but my recommendation is that you are directly putting EU financial support to third parties into a search engine. The well-known is working very well. You will directly find the page where all the sub-calls are published. So it's very easy to find.
I have
Yes.
added the link in my presentation so you can directly go to it.
Okay, thank you, Milena, but it's really very easy to find with search engines. Next question. Can you please precise how co-funding will function for the founded projects via Horizon and FEDER, or how is it shared, etc.? I mean, this is probably for our colleagues of the co-found actions. So I don't know if
Yes, maybe on that I can answer, Daniel. Well, actually, I guess that the one who submitted the proposal refers to the co-fund action of 2022. However, this info day is not covering this topic. All the information in relation to the topic of 2022 will be provided on time. Therefore, I think that this is not relevant to this info day.
Okay, thank you, Christina. You're totally right. So let's go to the next one. Next question, which I like particularly because indeed it's just nice today to talk with humans. So the question is, will there be an entry point, human, between brackets for further questions? Here, the answer is no, in the sense that we have to share on an even level all the information with all the potential applicants. So this is why it is all going via the FAQs. Nevertheless, if you want to have some human relationship in preparing your applications, don't hesitate to activate the services which are on the ground, in particular the national contact points from Horizon Europe and the Enterprise Youth Network, which is a very broad network, which is very present on the ground. So they will be able to provide you with some more human interaction. Next question, please. For actions including FSTP, will there be a dedicated section in the application form? Elena, do you know that? Because this is a change now for us because we are changing from H2020 to Horizon Europe.
No, I will maybe invite the topic coordinators to confirm our design.
What I can say here, if I may add, it's that the template form, for instance, for the Startup Europe call includes a section 4. I saw that there is another question, a similar question as well. So I would invite the participants to take a look at the template form in this regard.
Okay, thank you, Katalin. Next question. What are exactly affiliated entities in the context of the proposal budget Excel spreadsheet? So I think this is a mix between a general question and Benedict's spreadsheet. Benedict?
Yeah, so what is affiliated entities? Well, they are the same affiliated entities as in Horizon Europe in general, that are those entities that are linked to beneficiaries that were there before under Horizon 2020 called linked third parties. So that name might be more familiar to you. And in the context of our lump sum Excel spreadsheet, we need also to have the information about the cost that are corresponding to these affiliated entities. That's why you have the possibility for each beneficiary to add the eventual affiliated entities if there are some. And you can click on this button, add affiliated entity, and that will generate the lines and the tables related to these affiliated entities.
Very clear. Thank you, Benedict. Next question.
And then perhaps in addition to this, just to make sure that the participants understand that the legal relationship in the grant agreement is between the European Commission or the agency and the partner. The affiliated entity doesn't have a direct legal link. The legal link is with the partner, and although the affiliated entity can submit the cost claims and so on, but legally speaking, the EU has a legal link to the partner, and the responsibility is between the two.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Since the projects are implemented with public funds, to what extent the project results, like online platform, can be sustained via payment from end users? I think this question is, I mean, I don't understand it 100%, I'm afraid. But I would say that in many cases, we have some platforms which are organized. So this will be covered in the, let's say, remaining part, let's say, which is not FSTP, for giving you partially the answer. And as to the sustainability, I don't remember having ever seen this idea. I think there's certain room for innovation, and I don't know if Milena, can you complement, or Catalin, you have an idea? No idea. So I think the sustainability goes more about the overall design of the project. So usually the payments from the end users are used for covering added value services for them. Next question. If the actor who will provide financial support to third parties has a share in a subsidiary company, will this SME be able to participate in the grant competition? I think this is an excellent question. So of course here you have to be extremely careful about equal treatment and avoiding conflict of interest. So this here is really sounding like something like this. I don't know if Milena, based on your experience, you want to complement?
Yes, sorry, I was trying to unmute myself since 5 minutes. Yeah, indeed, as we said, your obligations to respect confidentiality, conflict of interest, transparency, etc., must be extended to your own beneficiaries. So you can't just give a voucher. You have to be very careful when you are evaluating proposals for financial support to third parties. You have to set up the rules, and the evaluators, the persons who are evaluating, they must be completely transparent. They should really declare that they do not have any conflict of interest with the recipients of financial support to third parties. Otherwise, if we can see that I don't know, you're giving vouchers to only SMEs who are somehow benefiting in other. You are benefiting from their services, and then that's why you're giving them vouchers or stuff like that. Then unfortunately the money that you would spend to give to them as financial support to third parties will be non-eligible cost, because this would not be in line with the requirements.
Okay, thank you, Milena. The next two questions, I think we can group them, because if you're reading them in the context of lump sums, so Benedict, if you can have a look at both of them, I will read them out loud. If the project involves associate partners, can a beneficiary budget costs to cover associate partner staff participation in project training, like for training? And the other question, I think, which is related again, if I take the angle of lump sums, once the project has been launched, can we move the costs from staff to subcontracting? It has disappeared now. Benedict.
Okay, so regarding the question of associated partners, well, what you need to cover in your budget or in your detailed estimation of costs for your lump sum project is the eligibility how I manage eligible costs. So sometimes you have associated partners that are, I don't know, partners from a third country that is not automatically eligible for funding. If the cost of this associate partner is not eligible for funding, you cannot integrate it in a way in the beneficiary's cost, because your detailed estimation of costs for the lump sum project should cover only those costs that are eligible. I don't know if this is answering really the question. And the second question was about transfers of budget between the employee categories to subcontracting.
Correct.
So what is the logic of the lump sum funding is that subcontracting costs are covered by the cost. They are already integrated in the lump sum. Then, of course, if you are partner A and you have costs for employees that at the end you want to use for subcontracting, at the end in the budget tables, I will not change anything, because for your activities in work package X, you have this amount of money, whether you use it for paying your staff or for subcontracting or for travel or for whatsoever. We will not have visibility on our side once the grant is signed. Then what we will look at is, are the activities being implemented in the way they have been described in your proposal? As have you done what you said you will do, and are the people you said will do it did it? So if you want to, I don't know, you had planned to hire someone and at the end you will not hire someone but you will subcontract, that might be worth to make it visible in your description of the action. But budgetary speaking, it's your money, so that doesn't make any sense to change your budget annex. I don't know if it's clear what I'm saying, but
Yes, so basically what you're saying is that in case you're changing the way you are implementing the project and it has some impact on the budget lines, as long as the work package has been achieved, it doesn't matter so much.
yeah, what is important is that your description of action is really matching what you will do, I would say. Like, for example, we can take another example, travels. You said in your proposal that you will organize a conference in country X with people coming for country Y, Z, and whatever. But then in the meantime, COVID happened. So of course, with COVID, you will not organize your conference with a lot of traveling and stuff like that. But of course, here it could make a sense to update your description of the proposal, because if you have written in your proposal, I will organize conference in this place and rent this room and have X people moving from this to there, this will not happen and you will have a problem to be paid. So this need to be addressed. But then you don't really need to adjust the budget categories because it's your money and you're free to use it as you wish at the end.
Very clear. Thanks a lot, Benedict. Next question, grants are lump sums or real expenses? I translate by actual cost, or are both possible depending on the call? Milena, est-ce que tu veux la prendre?
Yes, as I said during my presentation, they're both possible. We do not impose anything. It's up to you to decide what would be the best solution that would suit the idea of your proposal, because it could be different. Also, I mean, the choice should be also based on the let's say expected proportional X impact. If you give a, for example, travel voucher to an event, maybe it doesn't work that you ask for reimbursement of real cost based on provided I don't know, train tickets plus boarding passes plus whatever. This is just make it as much simple as possible for you. Then you give more important amount that you really want to see who worked on the action, how many person months have been spent. Maybe you would indeed there ask for reimbursement of actual costs. Based on previous experience, the lump sums have proven to be indeed like more efficient and less time consuming.
Thank you, Milena. So you see, Benedict, your approach is having children and little children far over the place in Europe. Next question. Can you please explain in more detail what criteria need to be completed to give FSTP in the form of a voucher? So I would start by answering to say that it's not voucher specific. So the criteria need to be clear, whatever the way of implementation of FSTP is organized. So I think there's nothing specific to a voucher. And I don't know if Katalin, you would like to add something about this?
As you rightly said, indeed, it has to follow the FSTP rules at the end of the day. So as also Milena mentioned in the earlier, we need to be compliant with the financial regulation and all the legal documentation which was already mentioned beforehand. So it's important that the proposers set criteria for calculating the exact amount of the financial support. That they provide different types of activities that qualify as FSTP. They also need to mention who are the legal entities that are being supported, and so to make it clear, and also to underline and to establish clear criteria and procedures for allocating financial support. And when it comes to vouchers, we also made a suggestion in the guidance document that it has to provide. I mean, they can provide access to business acceleration services in view of connecting. I mean, at the same time, these vouchers could also support the connectivity of and the improvement of the connections between of the various local digital and deep tech startup ecosystems by being put in place. So that was an example, a suggestion which we added in that specific document. Now, whether based on your experience, Milan, I would like to add something else. Feel free to intervene.
Yes, maybe just to specify that when we're talking about vouchers from financial point of view, here we talk about conditions that have to be included for grants, because grants or similar, because the voucher schemes they are could be identified as mini grants. So please follow the conditions that are set up in Article 6.2D1 for grants, because we have conditions for grants and for prizes. So follow those for grants.
Many thanks, Katalin and Milena. I'm coming to the next question. Are there predefined categories of legal person that can be used in order to facilitate applicants to see if they're eligible or not? So I'm putting this question back into the FSTP, meaning this question relates to the subcalls launched for initiating the FSTP. About this question, I mean, predefined categories of legal persons, there I would like to, you can work by analogy with many calls that we are addressing ourselves directly to SMEs, to start with the EIC. And I don't know if Milena would like to add anything about this.
Yeah, just to say that there are no predefined categories. Of course, if we tell you that you must give the money to startups, then of course the category that you will address, the legal category, would be the startups. So depends on what is your target. But in many calls, for example, in SUP 1, we didn't only say that only for startups or only for SMEs, but we also said in which sphere, in which economical domain they must operate. For example, in blockchains, in blockchains activities, or in the value chain of the food processing. You can specify, you can be more specific when you target the categories.
Many thanks. Next question. Who can be the direct FSTP beneficiaries? Can the service provider receive the FSTP to provide the services to startup? So about who are the direct FSTP beneficiaries? There you have to look at the call text and the call objective. You will find the answer there, maybe not exactly, but it will provide you partially the answer. And can the service provider receive the FSTP? Here I think it's relating to innovation vouchers. So this is a scheme where indeed the consortium is being a big check to a service provider, and then the SMEs awarded with the FSDP will be able to utilize these services thanks to the innovation voucher. Next question. Is it recommended to address the FSDP funding to service providers directly or to SMEs that they will then pay the service provider? I think that's what I just answered. In the space of Startup Europe, Katalin, would you like to add something?
No comment.
Okay. So let's go. Can the Excel workbook be downloaded somewhere? Bénédicte, ça c'est pour toi.
Yes, so you will find the Excel workbook when you will enter the submission system through the funding and tenders portal. There is this possibility to download all the templates. So here you will be able to download the Excel workbook. And if you want to have a look at it before starting entering your proposal in the system, you can go on the funding and tenders portal. There is a section that is called support. It's completely on the right of the screen, if I'm not mistaken. And if you click on this support, there is guidance and materials tab. Here you can select Horizon Europe and you have a list of reference documents. And in this reference document, there is somewhere written template and forms, and you have a list of all the templates for Horizon Europe. And among all these templates, there is something called detailed budget table Horizon Europe lump sum. So you can also find the template there.
Many thanks. Next question. What are the best lump sum grants for young and sustainable startups? Is there any list of websites on which they are listed? Honestly, I can invite you to have a look at the InnoSup 1 projects. The bigger advantage is it's building on a lot of experience, even though it is age 2020. But Horizon Europe is taking over the essential part of the rules. So I think it will be very inspirational for you if you see how the codes of InnoSup 1 are written. And this is also very easy to find on the internet. And I'm just opening the floor to other colleagues. Do you have any idea? Or maybe Milena from InnoSup 1, do you know a project which is addressing young and sustainable startups? But I don't think there's something very specific on this.
There is nothing very specific for startups. Maybe project Block.is could be an example, because to my knowledge, there are quite a lot of startups who were at least applying for innovation vouchers.
Okay, Block.is, that's the name of this project that you can find thanks to the search engine. Next question. So this one we have already dealt with. Next question. What is the usual percentage of accepted funded proposals related to all submissions? So this is a little bit a tricky question. It really changes from one call to the other. I mean, myself in, let's say, 13 years of experience here, I've sensed, let's say, a kind of average between 10 to 20% of successful applicants. But there have been certain cases where, for some reasons, maybe the call was not well understood, where the success rate was much higher. And I mentioned the success rate of InnoSup, which was on the other side much lower, with a 3%. But I think this was also because it was the very last call we had in 2020. So probably this is why there was a very fierce competition. And if the question is referring to the third-party financing, I'm turning to Milena. Do you have an idea about the success rate of the third-party financing calls?
No, I don't have any. It depends on the project, really. In some projects, I know that there are less applications. In others, much more than expected. In others, there are so many applications that even a preliminary expression of interest it has been established just to verify that all those who are interested really have a valuable idea to in relation to the call for financial support to third parties, because there were like 5 or 6 times more applications coming up. It really depends on the call.
Thank you, Milena. Next question. May companies or organizations from Switzerland or Liechtenstein be subcontractors to a project? Okay, so at least we know that it won't be possible as a grant beneficiary. But for subcontracting, there I have to say I have a little bit of a doubt. Eric, do you know do you know for this question? Or anybody else?
Yeah, I think we have to ask. I think it's possible, but we need to check.
Okay, so I mean, I'm sensing myself that for me, probably it should be possible for subcontracting, but this deserves a validation by a legal service, so we have to come back to you later on this question. Next question. Is there a human interaction point for NCPs and EN for Q&A? Yes, very much like so. For NCPs, I don't know exactly, and I think it must also depend on which NCP you're addressing. But for the EN, having myself worked for 20 years in this network, I can tell you that yes, indeed, there's a very strong interaction, and some ENs are even coming to your place for having a chat. And in my place where I was working, we were welcoming companies even for one-to-one meetings. Next one. So yes, we have already an answer to this. So the presentations and the recordings of the info days will be available on the EIC website on the section about European innovation ecosystems. So the next question is the same. You can delete it. Nice to know from which EU region participants are. I'm from the outermost La Réunion. Yes, here unfortunately it's very complicated to organize. We are strictly applying data protection rules. I would recommend again to go on the partner search function of the participant portal. Next question. Associated partner status, how are they included in the application? What are their obligations? Do they need to sign something like a letter of intent? For this, I'm inviting Eric to answer.
Yes, so indeed that's a new category that was included in Horizon Europe. And so if you read the model grant agreement, it's very clear that the associate partner can be mentioned in Annex 1, so in the description of the action. They can also be added as an entity. You will see it in the when you add a partner. So if you click in the submission form, you could add a partner. You can choose the category associate partner. But the big but is that you cannot claim any costs for that entity, or that entity cannot claim any costs. So that was related to a similar question earlier on that was asked, responded by Benedict. And you will actually see on the mask that when you try to enter numbers in the budget table for the associate partner, that they are grayed out. It's not editable. That's the moment you realize that they cannot claim costs. You may internally agree that you pay them something, or that's up to you, but it cannot. It's not eligible, for reimbursement from the EU. And they can sign a letter of intent. Obviously, it can make your proposal more interesting for and if you explain how the consortium works and how you associate other partners, it can make a proposal stronger and can be an advantage in the evaluation process for sure.
Thank you, Eric. And if you're around, I invite you also to take the second question, which is now displayed, or you can now put the first question away. So the next question is: do all consortium members, associate and core, have to register in the grants portal, or only core members? So Eric, I think you partially answered. So if you can.
Indeed. There's any entity that wants to participate in H20 Horizon Europe in whatever status needs to have a PIC, and so a PIC, so they personal identification code. So they indeed, even if you're only an associate partner, you have to have a number, and only then do you exist for the EU, and then you can add and the coordinator can then add this partner by typing the PIC in the submission in the mask. Yeah.
Many thanks. Next question. It was not clear. What projects are lump sums? Benedict, did you get this question for me? The question is not very clear, but in case we haven't been clear, apologies for this.
So for what is your business today, meaning the lump sum topics under the EIE Work Program, it's 3 topics that are using lump sum funding. It's the Connect 0101, which is preparatory action for setting up joint programs among innovation ecosystem actors. The Connect 0102, building capabilities in innovation procurements, and the Scale Up 0101, expanding acceleration ecosystems.
Okay, thank you. This answer is now this question is now answered. Next question: will there be new guidelines published on how to calculate the person months? Will an audit check how the PMs are calculated at the time of the application? I think this question is indirectly also addressed to you, Benedict, in the sense that here I can sense that it's a question also of the table. Would you like to take this one?
So if we talk about those topics those proposals that will be a lump sum one, there will no audit on checking how the person months were calculated at the time of the application, because we assume that the experts will look at it during the evaluation. If this is not appropriate, they will signal it. They will make a recommendation for changing the lump sum share associated to these costs. And once the grant is signed, we don't look at them any longer. So there will be no audit checking whether the calculation of your person months were correct or not.
Okay, thank you, Benedict. Next question.
Daniel, just one addition concerning the guidelines. Well, in the presentation, the first presentation of this afternoon, on the slide about the staff costs and the budget, you find a link to some guidance on how to calculate person months, but then also how to calculate the staff costs. It's a bit more tricky because it's the person month is pretty gross. But then if you go into the detail of the staff costs for each project staff member, then it becomes more tricky. And that's why there's this wizard. It currently only exists for H2020. So please have a look and stay tuned if there are any updates from Horizon Europe.
Okay, thank you, Eric. So we can go to the next question. Is the Excel sheet for calculating the lump sum costs also applicable to the Women Tech EU? If not, what are the expectations in terms of cost forecasting? So Women Tech EU is not a lump sum action. So here, Natalia, probably there are some templates for the budgets. Could you elaborate on this for the applications?
Yes, hello, maybe Benedict could support me on that. No, we don't have templates. In the application form, each applicant is requested to provide the information on the activities they want to finance with the obtained grant, with the expected amount that they are planning to spend, and that's it. But we don't have any specific Excel sheet for that.
Perfect. That answers the question. Thanks a lot. Next question. As lump sum is paid only once a work package is finished, how can you manage the cost to start the work? Excellent question, but what we shouldn't forget is that there's a pre-financing of 80%, and Benedict addressed the general rules for the payments. It means that if, in case there's an interim report and interim payment, we will pay the work package going above the 80% of pre-financing with a maximum of 90% of the overall budget. I think this is answering the question, unless Benedict, you would like to add something on this?
No, it's that's it. Like there is a pre-financing, and this pre-financing is generous, so you should not be worried too much about it. And that's one more argument in favor of not having 10 millions of small work packages to be paid more often. Because if you receive already 80% of the financing at the beginning of the action, you should not have problems with cash flow.
Thank you, Benedict. Next question. Is there a template for a third-party agreement? That's an excellent question. Milena, are you okay taking it?
Yes, there is no template for third-party grant agreement, but we strongly advise our beneficiaries always to consult their legal services. Why there is no such a template? One of the reason is that your grant agreement must comply, of course, with national law, and we here as contracting authority, we cannot propose a model which would cover all national laws. For example, if we have, I don't know, a coordinator from Norway, the modalities might be different than for those for a coordinator from Spain. So you first have to think when you are drafting your model grant agreement about the national law. Compliance with national law is extremely important here. As I told you, the contract that you will sign with your beneficiaries will be between you and them. We can't intervene.
Many thanks, Milena. Next question. Will Cascade Founding appear clearly in the FNT portal or where? So as I said, on one hand, you will find a link in Milena's presentation, and you can very easily find it on any search engine. This page is very easy to find. You put in the search engine financial support to third-party calls for proposals. You will, you will directly find it.
If I may just add something here, indeed, on the EU on the EC web page, you will find the announcements of the calls, like information which presents really in a nutshell what is the topic, what is expected from those who are invited to send proposals, to whom they have to send the proposal, what is the legal deadline, what is the budget that is proposed. But then in each individual amount, you should find the link to the project website where you can find the full documentation of the calls for financial support third parties.
Okay, thanks a lot. It seems that we have reached now the end of the Q&A session. Can the Slido team confirm me that there are no further questions about the topics we've seen this afternoon?
Yes, we confirm.
Okay, here maybe very last one. Are lump sum grants suitable for startups in general? I think whatever startup or whatever other type the beneficiary will be, lump sums are quite a very appropriate scheme. So I think there's no specificity for the startups. Okay, so I think we can now close this event. And as some closing words, I wanted to thank you all participants of having been with us today. I'm really hoping that this event will have been useful for you, that it will be helpful for you to finalize your applications. And as I said, we are expecting high quality applications. I also wanted to thank, of course, all the speakers today. So it starts with the colleagues from the unit, but also other colleagues from other commission services like DG Connect this morning and DG R&I this afternoon with Benedict. And last but not least, I wanted to thank all the hidden colleagues around this event. This was not always very easy to organize with these remote conditions. We would have loved to see you live and also to offer you the much more enhanced opportunities for exchanging and talking among you potential applicants. So in this for these hidden colleagues, let me thank in particular our colleagues from the communication team, which really were absolutely instrumental for us to make this online, as well as for the whole communication around the event. This is why we have had such a high level of subscription, with unfortunately also a quite high level of no-shows. If you would have known this in advance, we could have taken more people for the registration, but c'est la vie. Et enfin, many thanks also to Delali, our administrative assistant, who really was super concentrated the whole day. So many thanks for this. I think I see Fabienne is around. Fabienne, would you like to say additional words for the end? Or maybe she's busy. Okay, so thanks to all of you. Looking forward to see good proposals. I hope that you have now the best conditions for preparing your applications. Et à très bientôt.